No, hearing none. Can I have a motion to approve and a seconder, please?
Eric to approve.
Okay,
Nina Marie to second.
okay, thank you. Okay. Chris, a review of the day's agenda first, but I'll ask first if there's any declarations of conflict of interest from anyone. No, I guess we're okay there. So Chris, do you want to just review the agenda?
Paul,
Yeah,
I will just attend at the Lakeshore Boulevard Public Realm today. And there's a conflict also for the Queen's Quay schematic design with Architects Alliance.
okay.
Thank you.
So you may have a short
Leon,
meeting.
is my screen gone now?
Yes, it is gone. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
I'm
good.
now sharing the general business slides.
Can we make those full screen?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
I think you usually review the agenda for today, don't you, Paul? Not me?
Well, actually, either one of us, it varies back and forth. So
Well, I
you
can-
have the slides, so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here I'll go through my my update. So, Free Street Park, which came in September, I think was a very productive session. I think the design team felt it was actually helpful and weren't feeling quite as beaten up as I was afraid they were. So they are repositioning the project, and they are hoping to come back sometime in the winter, January, February, March, for a second review. Okay, next slide, please. Portland's flood protection bridges. So the Cherry Street Bridge is all painted up in Halifax.
Unbelievable. Fantastic. Look at it.
I know, isn't that amazing?
That's gorgeous.
It may already be on the barge,
Wow.
or it's going on the barge right now. So
It's
it is.
beautiful.
Yeah, I think it turned out really well, didn't it? Hopefully, it looks this good up close. There were some challenges with the welds, but from this distance, it looks pretty smooth. So we right now are they're targeting an arrival in the harbor on November 13th. That has not yet been confirmed. So we will keep you posted on when it's coming, and we may try to organize a little photo shoot for the panel on that day down there, so we could get a picture
That
of
would be
everyone
great.
on the waterfront. Yep.
Maybe bring a bottle of champagne.
Yes. Okay. Next slide, please. So progress continues on the River Valley. So this area that you're looking at, you see the light purple and the dark purple. I believe the light purple is the area that has been fully dug, and the dark blue is what is being dug now. But what you see in this photo is the geofabric. So this is a liner that's being put down across the entire river valley to keep any contaminants from migrating into the river. So we're building a giant swimming pool, in-ground swimming pool, almost. So, you know, they've continued to work through COVID, and unless it's a really bad winter, we expect them to be able to just keep moving through the winter. So the progress is really happening now. It's quite astonishing. Here you see that whole cut-off wall dug down. This was all, you know, grade before, and they did all these caissons. Can't remember how many, a couple thousand, I think, and then excavated all the way down. So I think it's 2 million cubic feet of soil, enough to fill the Sky Dome up to the roof.
that's amazing.
The slide
Yep.
didn't change.
That's amazing.
Next slide, please. Stormwater management facility. This is Pat's building. It's finally enclosed. All the window units are in. It's very close to being done. I guess there's some programming and software issues that have to get sorted out to get it operational still. And the landscape is now starting. You can see on the photo on the right, I guess the first two pours of the what will be the kind of abstract plinth that this building sits on. And the expected completion day or commissioning date is actually coming up soon. March 31st. And hey, Pat, since you're here, how's it going with that anti-graffiti coating issue? Did we get that resolved?
No, not quite. So
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
you can sort of see the results of it, right? So, you know, the coating has been put on that lower panel, that image on the right.
Yeah.
And then it really changed the color of the building. So we sandblasted it off. But you can see now with this wet photograph that it's actually acting more as a sealer. Anyway, we're gonna get it figured out.
Okay. All right.
Pat, I have one question about the graffiti.
Mhm.
About instead of fighting for it, what about it was a celebration of it?
I'm quite happy. I mean, I think graffiti would be okay, and then if it's really bad, then it can always be sandblasted off. It's probably the better approach, on a
Yeah.
more realistic approach.
Yeah.
As a kind of a lone building within the highway
Mhm.
expression, I think it would have been could have been
Mhm.
quite a
Mhm.
pretty daring, but I think it
Yeah.
could also have been a kind of an amazing sign, because I think keeping something clean like this, impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible. It's called for it, right? So anyway, my remark would be just, it's like else in the city that with these kind of that reality, it's something that we could embrace instead of and generate it.
Yeah.
And you say come and do something with it. It's to be tagged.
Yeah. Good point.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, worth discussing for sure.
Yeah. Looking great.
Next slide, please. Yeah, it is looking great. So I guess this is our upcoming agenda for next month. You can see it's pretty full. Again, subject to change. Some projects do drop off who are targeting coming, but right now we are, we're anticipating the PLFP destination play coming back, the PIC core, which is the sort of film studio area urban design guidelines. Those have been trying to come for a while and never seemed quite ready to come. The Lower Young Public Realm implementation. You guys reviewed the precinct plan, and now we're preparing a kind of public realm implementation plan. 60 Trinity Street, which was the gas pumping brick building. And then 1 to 7 Young, phases 4 and 5. So those are scheduled, and then we have in the wings 11 Bay and the Queens Quay East revitalization schematic design. So lots coming down the pipeline. Okay, is that it for me, Leon?
Yeah, that's it in terms of the slides.
Oh, and there was just one more thing I wanted to say, which is now that we're in public session, unfortunately, George Zagaric wasn't able to join us, but he did want me to just reiterate what you've heard from him before, which is that he really, he's very committed to handling these Indigenous issues as well as possible. And he's, I think stressed to you guys and to staff, the importance of that relationship and the importance of the training, which I believe you have all now completed. And that he really wants us to all treat this as a journey, and is encouraging everyone to be committed to that journey, which, really means that everybody has to listen and learn. Sometimes that's the hardest part. I think we often come to judgment quickly, and I think in this instance where we're looking at a somewhat fundamentally shifted worldview, we have to just remind ourselves to listen first. So George just wanted me to add that in the public session, since he was not able to be here to say it himself. I think so. That was the only other thing I wanted to add.
Chris, do you want to update us on, I think you made a reference to it earlier about the search for an Indigenous panel member?
Oh, sure. Yes. So we put out an open call a number of weeks ago, and to date, we've only received 2 applicants, which indicates to me that we didn't get this call out broadly enough. I think there should have been some more people who were interested. So we've extended the deadline to the end of the month, and I'm going to be proactively reaching out and calling some more of the people on the list to see if they might be interested in submitting their credentials for consideration. So yeah, and the panel I know recommended some people. We emailed all of them, but we didn't follow up. I don't know if any panel members feel like calling the folks they know and encouraging them to bid, but we'd sure be happy if you were willing to do that. Otherwise, I'm gonna make those calls. I don't know most of these people.
Did Alfred bid?
No, he ended up not, and I'm not sure why. So I'm going to call him because I did speak with him. But you could give him a call too if you want, Peter.
Yeah, well,
that'd be great.
Chris, I'm happy to follow up with some of the people I recommended.
Okay, if you can, that would be fantastic. Nina Marie?
As well. Yeah, thank you. I will also send you a couple of other names. We have several new Indigenous colleagues, and in particular, one who's trained in architecture. So I'd like to share that with you in an email.
Terrific. The more the better. I mean, I feel like this is something that should be of interest to, a lot of Indigenous designers, and it's a great opportunity for someone. Okay. Have we gone through today's agenda yet?
Oh.
I don't think if you want to highlight any features of the other items, we obviously have the time. It's another 10 minutes before we start the first item.
Put the agenda up and just run through.
Okay, I will do that. I will share the screen here.
There we go.
So we're starting with the Block 10 Indigenous Hub, and as Leon mentioned, I think they have a kind of hard stop at 11. So, but they've been given some extra time in order to do the cultural context piece, and then the Lakeshore Boulevard East Public Realm, which I think you've all seen versions of parts of this now over time. 178, 180 Queens Quay East. So I don't know that there's much to say on these. I don't. Yeah, I think that's it. So I suppose we could all go take a washroom break and be back here right at 9:30. Paul, I don't know if you want to give everybody 7 minutes.
Yeah, with the time, do you want to highlight anything on the just the format in particular for the benefit of our guests, or not?
Well, sure, I could, for the benefit of our guests, mention that so Block 10 is going to follow a slightly different review structure than our norm because this is an Indigenous piece, and we have gotten a request from the proponent to provide a bit of a cultural context setting, given that not all of us are that familiar with Indigenous architecture and Indigenous design. So we'll start with about a 20-minute cultural context discussion, which is not about architecture specifically and not about the project specifically. And that'll be delivered by Matthew Hickey. And then we'll get into a project presentation, which is more of an update on where they are since their last review. And then we're going to do questions and comments, perhaps a little bit more as a dialogue, since this project's already gone through design development once. We're going to try to use this also as a bit of a learning tool as part of our own recent commitment to Indigenous training. So this will be a review, but it will also be a bit of an opportunity for the panel to increase its knowledge about some of these Indigenous issues.
Okay.
Thanks for that, Chris. I appreciate that context.
Yep. Does anyone else have anything they want to say in the remaining time? Otherwise, maybe we do take that washroom break and reconvene at 9:30.
Looks good to me. I need to get another coffee myself.
All right. Okay. All right. So let's reconvene right at 9:30 and we'll get underway. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, then let's get underway. And the first item on the agenda today, of course, is the West Don Lands Block 10 Indigenous Hub Detailed Design #2. And I want to make a few comments at the beginning here on behalf of the entire panel. First of all, to thank the team for coming back today to give us this opportunity to share updates on the project. It's an incredibly important project that has been a long time under consideration, and I think all of us on the panel as well as the city are quite anxious to move forward in a positive way. The second thing I want to say, just for the benefit of our guests, is that since last February, when the project was at the panel, all of the panel members have completed the Indigenous training course that we all thought was unbelievably valuable. We learned a lot in terms of the unfortunate and disastrous history as part of Canada. We also learned, I think, about the very, very strong traditions and cultural context and the respect of the Indigenous community for the natural environment, in particular, the custodians of land, water, air, etc. And we want to devote today to listen carefully, to learn, and to respect all of those traditions and how they're demonstrated in this project. The final thing I think I want to say on a personal note is, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of all panel members, it was a very emotional experience to go through that training course. And I want to thank Waterfront Toronto for giving us the opportunity to take that. So with that in mind, I believe George Baird would like to make a few comments in reference to the letter that he signed and has now been sent, I believe, to all the panel members and all the team members. So George, over to you.
Thank you, Paul, and good morning, everyone. Yes, well, as Paul just said, my letter has been sent to the members of the Hub 10 design team, as well as to all the members of the design review panel. So given that you've all had it, I'm not going to read it, but I will make a few comments on it. As you're aware, members of the design team were offended by some of the comments I made at the February meeting. I certainly didn't mean to be offensive, and so I was troubled to learn that my remarks had been seen that way, and it is for that reason that I did apologize for the offense. There were two issues that came up in particular, one having to do with the sweat lodge ceremony, which I was trying to understand it actually. And I should say here, by the way, that this is one of the first things I've learned through this experience, since I was not familiar with the term sweat lodge. And indeed, I think both Chris Glasek and I have learned the term sweat lodge as part of the process of preparing this letter. So I didn't acknowledge a spiritual dimension, and that was a serious oversight on my part. So I apologized for that. The other issue had to do with the legibility of the motifs employed in the design. My comments were taken to mean that I didn't think the design was Indigenous enough, which of course, as a non-Indigenous person, I wouldn't really be in a position to judge. So I certainly didn't mean to leave the impression that I thought it wasn't, because I couldn't have done so. In conclusion, I do want to say that this has been a learning experience for me. As Paul has just said, like everyone else on the panel, I've gone through the training session. And I want to say, echoing George Sagarik in his remarks from earlier this morning, some of that history I knew, as he pointed out, almost everybody now knows about what a terrible thing the residential schools were. But he's right that he learned, and I learned from that training program, that the child welfare policies from the later historical period were equally as problematic, and that was frankly a revelation for me. So I'm very happy to have had the benefit of this experience and to have been able to have learned from it. It's my understanding that the apology has been accepted by the members of the design team, and I thank them for that. Those are my remarks, Paul.
Okay, thanks very much, George. I think everyone appreciates your letter and the sincerity of your comments. I'd just like to say, for the benefit of our guests, that we're going to vary the format a little bit, and we're going to first start off with a very good, excellent presentation on the cultural context that Matthew has prepared, and I think it's going to be very, very helpful for our consideration. So Matthew, if you don't mind, I'll turn it over to you.
So again, we're back here for the Indigenous Hub at the West Donlands, and our agenda for today, introduction. I'm going to talk a little bit about decolonizing design through reconciliation, jump into our project overview, talking about residential, the Training, Education, and Employment Center, Anishinaabe Health. We're going to touch on landscape and sustainability, and really we're going to talk about the things that we've taken to heart from the design review panel and look at the changes that we've made there. But we're first going to start a little bit with about our process that we went through and how we got to where we are from an Indigenous point of view for this project. Before I start, I want to acknowledge that there are continued injustices going on across this country. We've been noticing, or we've been seeing, the Wet'suwet'en people fighting a pipeline through their territory, their traditional territory on the West Coast, for years now. And recently we've been looking at the Mi'kmaq and the disasters that have happened to their fisheries. It's really important for us to understand that this is not a historical issue. This is an issue that continues to this day. And because of that, our actions matter and our words matter. What we do and how we do it matters. And that's one of the things that I want to impress upon you today, is that we're not just looking at the end result of our project. We're not just looking at how it looks, how it functions. We're looking about the process in which we got to the end result. The process of consultation, the process of communication, the process of working with institutions like Waterfront Toronto, and making sure that that process values the respect and ideas that are found in Indigenous knowledge. So with that, I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting to discuss a project on the traditional territories of the Mississaugas, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat people. And we're going to talk a little bit about that coming up. I want to make sure that everyone, if they feel like they need to say something or need to ask a question or want to communicate or have a conversation for this first part, that you feel open and free to do that. Unfortunately, I can't see if you're putting your hand up or you're asking a question. So if there's another member that could kind of watch that, maybe Chris, if you can see if someone puts their hand up, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, Leon and I will keep our eyes out and let you know.
Yeah.
Perfect. But I want to impress upon the design review panel that I would like to have this as a conversation. So if there are any questions, we can talk about them. So I'm going to talk a little bit about truth and reconciliation first. This is a process that's gone through to try and help fix the systemic racism that's gone on in Canada for over 150 years. It wrapped up in 2015. This is 5 years ago. And from this, there was 94 calls to action. When I started thinking about coming back to the design review panel, I really started to think, what's important for us to understand, or what's important for the design review panel to know about the design team as well. We see this as bridge building from an Indigenous point of view and to institutions that exist across Canada. We have a part in it, but also you have a part in it, and we want to meet you in the middle to make sure that we do cross this bridge. If I was to ask the question, how many people in this call are treaty people? I would expect you all to put your hands up. And that's a reality. We have agreements that we've made with the Crown and agreements made with the country of Canada, and everybody has their part to do on both sides. I'm going to talk about two of the calls to action in Truth and Reconciliation. The first one is number 57. This is about professional development and training for public servants. And you guys can read this. If you haven't read the 94 calls to action, I would suggest you do so. They're quite powerful, and they really lay out the path for us to help start creating that bridge between Indigenous people and mainstream society. There's a lot of things that we don't know, that we haven't been taught. We've been taught improperly. So making sure that we take the time to invest in not only our country's history, but the important history of all the different Indigenous people across Canada is extremely important, not only for our own understanding, but in strengthening the way that we do things.
Matthew, I'm not sure that the slides are advancing.
Okay, are you on Truth and Reconciliation, professional
Oh,
development?
we're still on the cover, Matthew.
Okay, well, that's no good.
Matthew, are you on full screen right now?
Yep.
I think maybe once you went full screen, for some reason we're no longer seeing the changes in the screen. Yeah,
Oh, there we go.
You see it here? Okay, we'll just do it this way. Sometimes these things don't really work too well. So I'll just flip back through these. I mean, there's nothing too crazy on here, just the bridge building and our first Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, number 57. Number 92 is really important, and I commend Waterfront Toronto for starting the process of reconciliation. I think that item number 3 here is the most important, is to provide education for management and staff on the history of Aboriginal peoples, including the history and legacy of residential schools, Toronto. I think it's fantastic to have this knowledge, and there's more and more to learn. I'm still learning every day. So just encouraging the panel, if you haven't read, and I guess the remainder of the design team as well, if you haven't read these calls to action and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, I would very much recommend that. This map is one you can find online. It's called nativeland.ca, and this is a zoom in to the area that we're considering with Lake Ontario right in the middle. One of the things that we talk about a fair amount is when we do our acknowledgement, the different nations that have been here, and you can see the complexities of the different nations that are on this map. Each one of these different colored overlays shows territories that were inhabited by different people, and I can speak to the Haudenosaunee very clearly, the Mohawk people just kind of south of Montreal, moving into the Oneida, the Onondaga, the Cayuga, and the Seneca, moving westward. And you can see that those territories bleed over top of each other, but that's just one of the groups. And if we dig deep enough in history, you would see that there's quite a complex number of people, number of Indigenous nations that existed across North America, Turtle Island. The other thing that's really interesting about this is that it's a static picture in time. If we looked at this with a time movement map over top of it, you would see these areas growing and shrinking and coming together and moving, just in the way that people used to live. My people, the Haudenosaunee, were very much agrarian by the end of their establishment here in the northeastern part, but there's a lot of nations that were migratory, and they moved with the movement of the buffalo or birds or whatnot. And I mean, this is something very important to understand about this area of Toronto. One of the pieces that we are looking at is having a better understanding, and part of our process is having a better understanding of place and what that means, why this spot is important, why this specific piece of land within the Canary District is important. not only to us in a history point of view, but should make people aware of why it was important currently. It's quite massive, and I've zoomed in here to a little piece of it, but if you were zoomed out, you would see it's a map of what they call Lake Iroquois. And this is a map left over just before the last ice age was finishing. And there was a blockade of ice preventing water draining into the St. Lawrence Channel. And you can see the blue area, that's the extent of the water, which would have went all the way up into the northern parts of Toronto, basically flooding the lower ends of this portion of land. I mean, this is something to think about when we are starting to talk about the waterfront of Toronto, how dynamic it is, how much it moved, and then eventually how much we started to control it. I stole this map from another project, but I wanted to show the depth of the river system, the watershed that comes down into our area of land. And you can see the piece that's right close to the end, entering Lake Ontario, is quite straight. And obviously that's been straightened, and you guys have probably seen the maps for that over time. And one of the things that Waterfront Toronto is working on right now is that kind of the rejuvenation or the remediation of the mouth of the Don River. You know, we think that we can fight nature, but we can't. And I think there's a lot of benefit from taking in the knowledge that we have a relationship with this river. We have a relationship with the mouth of the river and the way that it meets the lake. And we should be embracing that and not trying to control it. This place was very important to us as Indigenous people, not just as Anishinaabe or Mississaugas or Ojibwe or Wendat or Haudenosaunee around this area, because it was quite fruitful in its supply of food. You know, people think we hunted deer and moose and buffalo, but we also captured birds and fowl, and it was a very good source of food for us. And obviously in a river delta, you have a high abundance of animal life, of plant life. So this delta, the Don Delta, was very important for our survival. And you can see that because of the numerous number of people that have lived here throughout the ages. Now here's a map that the design review panel, I'm sure, is quite familiar with, and this is the flood area on the south part of the Don, and you can see, you know, the correction that's going to be made is really going to help out not only from a flooding point of view, but a nature point of view. There's a pond going in, which is going to help restore biodiversity of the area. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because, you know, even though we're not in this flood area, even though we've been protected, at one point in time, we would have been in the Delta. And it's important for us to make that distinction and understand that we're not just building this place for humans, but we're also trying to re-engage with the natural world. This is an image that I wanted to show you because I wanted to talk about iconography a bit, or graphics, or one could even reduce it to a motif if they wanted to. But these images go way beyond that. This dress, you can see, has these hanging tin pieces that are gathered along the lower portions and over the edges of the sleeve caps. And this is called a jingle dress. This dress isn't just about decoration. It's not just about the way it looks. It's not about the patterning. It's about what happens when you're wearing it. This dress is used as part of a ceremony, a jingle dress ceremony, and it's used to dance in. This dress makes noise. And when it makes noise, the person that's dancing in it is praying for someone, is trying to help heal someone. And this may seem all insignificant, but it's really important to understand that what we see sometimes may not just be about the iconography or the motif of it. It goes deeper beyond the meanings that are just surface. I'm going to talk about one thing in the Indian Act, and this is really interesting to me. I used to think it was very strange that this happened, but It was the banning of ceremonies, and this happened right at the beginning of the Indian Act in 1876, starting with the potlatch ceremony on the West Coast. This moved into the banning of dancing, first off reserve, and then banning of dancing on reserve. And I thought this was a really funny thing to ban. Why are they banning dancing? And then the more I learned, it was about banning ceremony that was about healing. You know, our healing is not just about going to a place to get medicine or pills. Our healing is about spirituality, about movement, about helping other people. I mean, this ban wasn't lifted until 1951. That's within a lot of your lifetimes, which is crazy. Blows my mind that this was still going on right up until that day. Even more interesting, I'm going to talk about this. I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm going to. In 1961 was the first year that you were allowed as an Indigenous person to be educated. So that means that if you got a university degree or a college degree prior to that, you lost your status. Along with that, if you were a clergyman, you lost your status. If you did anything that would allow you to help or lift your people up, you lost your status till 1961. You'll notice in the background there's a shawl dancer. I'm talking about these things. The shawl dancer is very similar to what we do with jingle dresses. It's just in a different manner. It doesn't make noise, but the movement of the fringe is really meant to inspire and help heal people in their ceremony. So it's not just about decoration. I'm just going to go back for a second because I missed some things here. The shawl is not just about decoration. Shawl was used for collecting medicines as well. The shawl was used to wrap people up. The shawl was used for ceremony, specifically the star blanket was used for ceremony, for naming ceremonies, for ceremonies when people were sick. So these objects, these wearable objects, this clothing, these things that served us in our everyday life had multiple uses and multiple meanings. And something that I want you to remember when we take a look at the way that we're trying to address the architecture on this site. I wanted to show you this because it comes along with the shawl or the fringe and the ideas of these pieces. We've seen three different clothing pieces now: the jingle dress, the shawl dress, or the shawl, and the shawl dancer, and then this buckskin shirt. And I mean, this is a bit of a modern interpretation, but the idea is still there. The fringe on here is not just for decoration. The fringe was used to actually wick the water away. So not used for ceremony in this case, but this has a function. This wicking, the fringe allowed to pull the water out of the leather, thus drying it much faster.
Matthew?
Yeah.
Can I just, I know you wanted this to be a little participatory, and I think everyone is
I was going to say everyone's listening.
Everyone's doing what I did, which was listening respectfully and intently because it's so interesting. But this just reminded me, I think this is the point where I actually started talking about this presentation with you last time because it brought up an issue. I know there were comments from the panel about the motif that is somewhat resembling fringe on the building, and there was some feeling that you know, fringe can only really read as fringe if it's hanging from the bottom. And I do believe you said to me, well, that's not the only way we use fringe. Sometimes fringe does lay over top of the solid material that's behind it. And it was when you put this image up that I saw exactly what you were talking about, and that yeah, indeed there are very different ways that fringe could be applied, and therefore I think there are different ways that it can be translated into an architectural motif. So this was just an instance where I learned from this, and you changed my thinking. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I don't know if anyone else has comments on this, but again, I think any panel members who want to speak up, don't feel shy. I think Matthew and I had a good chat about this when it came up, and I'm sure you can all do the same if you have some items. But why don't you keep going, Matthew, and people can jump in whenever they want.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, I'm open to have conversations with anyone at any point in time, whether it's in this presentation or not. So yeah, but Chris, thank you for bringing that up. I mean, you can see that there's 3 different examples of fringe that we're looking at here, different ways of applying things that hang and different reasons for doing that. And we're trying to combine, you know, a bunch of different things, so it's not a literal interpretation or representation of these ideas that are found within within Indigenous knowledge. I wanted to talk a little bit about medicines or sacred medicines, and up here these are the 4 sacred medicines, and I hope everyone knows what those are. I was quizzing some of my friends this weekend to see if they knew. Unfortunately, they were pretty slow on that. But the bottom left is sage, the top left is tobacco, the top right is sweetgrass, and the bottom right is cedar. And these, while they are our 4 sacred medicines, they are not our only medicines that we use. And this is something that I wanted to bring up at the panel as well, is that paper birch, or wigwasatig in Anishinaabe, has been used not only as a medicine for years, but also as a food. And it's funny because this, the inner bark layer could be used in early spring as what they call a sweet starvation food. And I think this is really important because it relates back to not only the location of the Don Delta. These types of trees are found often along rivers, but also to the importance of thinking about spring and rebirth and survival. And I see this as kind of a metaphor for where we are in time right now as Indigenous people across Canada, trying to survive, trying to make sure that our treaty rights are being acknowledged. So it has a bunch of different meanings to us, and it has a bunch of different meanings to non-Indigenous people. They see it as, you know, they see this as kind of just a pretty pattern, and it's not. We don't see it that way. It also has medicinal uses, these birch trees, these paper birch trees. So you could chew it and place it topically for wasp stings. It could be used as a pumice and applied for achy bones, or it could be boiled and used as a wound treatment. I think this is all really interesting because we often think of this as just a technical use. You know, birch is because we had birch bark canoes, but that's not the only thing that we made out of it. We also made baskets, we made bowls, we made canoes, of course, but we also made sleds, teepee covers, food platters, boxes with lids, cups, moose collars, and even fishing net shuttles. And I think it's really important for us to understand that these are not singular ideas. These are ideas layered in a deep history and a deep knowledge. And what may not be easily recognizable to someone that's not from that background is very recognizable to people of Indigenous descent. And if it's not, then they often quickly learn from it. And that's one of the intents of our construction, is how do we push these ideas forward? So I just wanted to start with those words and those ideas, and just to bring everyone up to kind of speed for where we're at and the things that we've been thinking about. Really touch on, we have a with music very deeply with the Anishinaabe Health Building, and we've been working those ideas through the remainder of the block. I'm going to pause for if there's any questions here or comments.
Anybody? Nobody?
It's like
everyone's.
I just wanted to say, Matthew, again, thank you so much for this. I mean, no matter how many times you hear and you learn and relearn, it always feels like a kind of mind resetting experience when you contextualize the kind of setting that we're in and the kind of layers and conversations to be had in advance of even just speaking about a building. So I just wanted to say thank you for putting us in this mindset, if you will, and reorienting our energies and our perspectives so that when we do engage and we're literally talking about a building, we're reminded of the really deep-rooted contexts that are so relevant, both cultural and historical, but also contemporary, that would help guide a conversation about, you know, something as rudimentary as bricks and mortar. So thank you for that.
I also want to say thank you for sharing, Matthew, not only the stories of the context and the roots, but very explicitly the heritage intersection between culture and nature that frames the whole discussion. So much of that is often lost in our reviews, and I think what you're helping us to, what you're reminding us and sharing is that these stories, while they are endemic and intrinsic throughout Indigenous relationships, they're also so important in our contemporary building reviews. And maybe a short form way of saying that in our language here is that landscape matters. But this is especially helpful for us today. Some people in our audience are joining us from they're planners in training in a sustainability class. And so this is extra helpful to foreground your review. And I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also want to thank you, Matthew. You know, I think for many of us, it's not that we don't have questions. It's just the richness of the context that you offer is, you know, really astonishing, and it's as much just trying to take it in a short amount of time. But I also want to take this opportunity to thank you for the generosity of the spirit of bridge building with which you started the presentation. I think it's really quite remarkable and really deeply appreciated.
Thanks, Jana.
Is there another hand up? It looks like I see one.
Yeah, I have.
Jeff and Pat, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is Jeff. Matthew, we had a brief exchange, and I'm actually hoping you can sort of maybe touch on this for the whole group. And that, you know, I think in the last session, my comments around Indigenous sustainability and some of the thinking, you know, are certainly, you know, admired, and we look to them a lot in terms of some ideas around, you know, localism, you know, using the materials and the vernacular, you know, for the climate and the region. But, you know, some of that could also read as sort of a push or a you know, the idea that maybe Indigenous design is somewhat primitive. And, you know, you highlighted the fact that there's a really rich history of exchange of ideas, and that Indigenous people are not just, you know, sort of historical or sort of looking backwards, but, you know, are very modern. And I was hoping maybe for the group you could expand on that, because I thought, you know, that's something, you know, we want to capture that traditional knowledge, but also recognizing, you know, the contemporary sort of mindset of Indigenous designers.
Yeah, I mean, I continue to do my research and gather knowledge of what I can, not just only for this area, but also, you know, the larger North American context, Turtle Island, Mesoamerica. We were mound building people. We moved the earth, we moved things, we changed things, and it wasn't just simple little things here and there. They were quite significant. And I mean, I always laugh because sometimes we weren't sustainable. But sometimes we weren't touching lightly on the land. Sometimes we were lighting the entire prairies on fire in order to make sure that the buffalo came closer to us. But we were complex. We knew what we were doing. And I think this is one of the things that we've lost, is our understanding that Indigenous people aren't stuck in a certain time. We're not historic. And we can't think about Indigenous design in a contemporary manner putting us back in a place, in a static place like that map is, that I showed you, that picks us out as one thing, because we're not those people anymore. We don't live in that context anymore. And if you plucked an Indian from 500 years ago and put him into contemporary world, he wouldn't be building with bent wood, you know, and he'd be using contemporary materials. He'd probably be really excited about, extruded polystyrene. It's light, it floats, it's insulative. So we need to think about the way we work in a contemporary manner, because we were traders. We were pushing ideas forward. We were mound builders. We were earth movers. We built some of the most amazing pieces of architecture that have been lost. So we have to always remember that we can't romanticize what Indigenous being is. So thanks for bringing that up, Jeff.
Who else has their hand up?
I do.
Still up.
Yeah, I do. I just I'm kind of intrigued by the reference to the jingle dress and to the shawl and to the fringe. I'm just wondering, I know we talked a little bit about fringe in one of the past meetings, but I'm wondering, you've made a point of kind of bringing forward the kind of these clothing, the variety of uses in past culture. How do you see, I mean, I see it as a way of kind of understanding those to kind of find a kind of a more authentic architecture. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts or how else you could see using that with your built work.
Yeah, I mean, we've looked at using this idea for the Anishinaabe Health Building, and this has been through serious consultation. I couldn't even tell you how many meetings I had with the community to discuss the appropriate cladding on this building. And there's a couple things that are layered into the Anishinaabe Health Building specifically. One is that fringe piece that's at the bottom. And we call it fringe for, for simplicity, but we talked about all these different things. We talked about the jingle dress. We talked about the shawl dancer. We talked about kind of the technical uses of fringe and how it happens and to be used. And we interpreted that in a manner that's going to do, people are going to see it and they'll get jingle dress from it, or they'll hear jingle dress from it, or they'll see the relation to the shawl and the importance of the shawl being a healing, or the star blanket being a healing and being used in ceremony. So I mean, we're not trying to interpret that piece throughout the entire site. I think it would be kind of too monolithic, and it's quite a big site, right? There's so many buildings. So for us, it's really about that special place of using it. And the health center we saw is the place to do that. Did I answer your question, Pat?
Yeah, no, I think it's such a rich starting point that can be partly what you're talking about, but partly, I mean, it's clothing, it's a wrapper, it's it's the kind of blanket for the building. So I think, I just think there's, and it's interesting that you've used those clothing pieces as part of this presentation. I think there's lots that could be done with them, I think, just in terms of thinking about the architecture. So yes, you did answer it, but I'd be interested to see how far it could go.
For sure. And I mean, I would love to talk with you about this more. I've been thinking about clothing as that kind of layered, insulative, and decoration, and since my thesis back in 6. So there's a fine line for us. I mean, there's the point in time where it becomes gimmicky, I think, and there's a point where we're trying to be subtle enough in our architecture, but then also bold enough that we're making a statement. And we were challenged with this. How do we stand out but not stand out, which is a really kind of fine line to be on. And I think that this is one of the other things where we're not only designing this block, but this block fits within a larger neighborhood. And there's things that, we need to succumb to or follow along with, such as the pavers on the sidewalks. We had no choice. We would have done something different if we had the choice, but we don't have the choice for that. So it's this: how do we fit into this mold, but not fit into the mold? And that's what we've been going back and forth with, not only just with this building, but then the entire block.
Yeah, it's challenging for sure. Yeah.
I see Les has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Leon. I really just wanted to add very briefly that the experience that we have been going through and continue to go through and working on the design with Matthew, for me, has really sensitized me to the notion of what vocabulary is, and that people see different things when they look at a particular piece of iconography. And what I've understood more and more from Matthew is that we will look at the fringe, and now with this additional understanding that Matthew is given and the Indigenous training is given, we can see the fringe and understand the fringe. But as an example, we cannot put ourselves in the mind of a young child coming to a child care facility and holding his mother or his father's hand and seeing a piece of iconography as a child that relates to something that they have seen that their grandparents wore, and that were explained to them in a way that we ourselves will never understand. But the notion of creating things that talk to the Indigenous community and those who wish to educate themselves about the Indigenous community, that says this is a place where I belong, because these are not strange symbols to me. These are symbols that talk to family and to nature and to community. And I think that's what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to talk a secret language that only experience can allow us to truly understand.
Les, I would completely agree with you. And I mean, we're tired of seeing the medicine wheel plastered up. We're tired of seeing the four colors plastered up as an explanation of Indigenous space or architecture or design. You know, what we're trying to do is really take contemporary materials and embed knowledge in it so deep that you have to engage with it in order for you to understand. It's not easy, you know, it's not going to be easily recognizable to non-Indigenous people right off the bat.
Yeah.
What it's meant to do is start the story, start the conversation, start that bridge building.
Thank you.
I don't see any more hands, so I guess if no one else has a question, then I guess Matthew can keep going if you're ready, Matthew.
Yeah. So I mean, everyone's probably familiar with the project by now. We've got basically 5 buildings on the site and 4 different uses. We've got the Anishinaabe Health Building right in the front. In center here, we have our plaza to the south. To the north of the Anishinaabe Health Building is the Training, Education, and Employment Center. Then we have the Industrial Heritage Building with the condo portion to the north with commercial on the bottom, and then a rental portion of residential on the east and south sides. We have what we're calling prominent buildings and then our fabric buildings. And I mean, I would even include the Industrial Heritage Building as a prominent building here. It has quite a history in Toronto. And then there's the Anishinaabe Health Toronto, and then the Training, Education, and Employment Center, which would be the prominent buildings. And what we mean by that is that they're unique in their nature. The fabric buildings are the buildings that are wrapped in one of the first, wrap the remainder of the site. And one of the first pieces, kind of conversations that we had was to pull these back a little bit, to make them a little bit more fabric, to make them a little bit more backdrop to the higher express buildings at the front. And this is what we've been working to do. One of the things that we wanted to talk about in this project right off the beginning was about directionality. And directionality for Indigenous people isn't just about northeast, southwest. We also talk about down and up, or to the ground and to the sky. And then more importantly, we have a 7th direction, which is south and inward. So if we're thinking about that, we wanted to play with that idea about how people experience this this area, this block when they're coming up to it. The tower is really about the connection to the sky. And I know we've been hung up on this word of clouds before, but it's really not about mimicking clouds. It's meant to make you look up and see the sky. whether that be cloudy or not. The podium, which you can see related here, is about a weaving pattern. It's about craft and detail. We could relate this back to basket weave, which was found all across Canada. Every nation has its own material and method of doing so. But I also want to relate it back to the wampum belt, or wampum belts, I should say. For us, this is really about this kind of long linear piece ties in through a weaving pattern, and we've used this continuously as a piece of recognition of reconciliation along this portion. The two-story base is that idea about being grounded and connecting with the earth, or the idea about being in your place. And you've noticed previously throughout our projects that there is this reference to pebbles in the stream, and or the movement of the water on the delta. And our idea was really about, you know, keeping people grounded in that public realm. This is where you're getting the motif of the birch bark, and this is found not only on the Training, Education, and Employment Center, but then also on the entrances to the residential portions and commercial portions of the building. Les, feel free to jump in here anytime if I'm missing something.
You're doing great, Matthew. I'm being very quiet.
So here's imagery. So our reference to the existing streetscape on the opposite side of the streets, and then we have our larger blow up on the right hand side, and you can see these kind of garooned columns that have a variety of cylindrical pieces that are meant to reference the birch bark. This will be done in a textured precast concrete, with the idea that you would get the patterning and idea behind the birch, with then the knowledge embedded in that. And this is a material that we're using not only on the residential entrances, but also a version of this will be used on the Training, Education, and Employment Center, which will tie the entire block together. So up above this in the basket weave pattern, we've been looking at how do we use a material that ties in with the larger Canary district, and that one of those materials is this idea of brick. I mean, this also goes over to the distillery area, which is very close. And how do we use that in a manner that elevates it to something that just goes beyond, you know, your regular stack bond or your regular Fleming bond brick? And we have this idea about a weaving pattern that wraps its way around the windows, has some relief, has some variation in color, really to represent this idea of craft and this idea of the way that things are put together.
And this was a conversation that we've had recently, and Chris Glasik, I have to give great credit to, made a fantastic suggestion to try to really use the contrasting colors of the brick and the darker bands to allow that notion of weaving to be highly legible. And we tried it, and we're really happy with the results. So thank you, Chris, for that.
Yeah, and I don't know if I got to tell you, but I did see it earlier, and I think it's a really interesting move. So thank you for giving it a try.
It was just a great idea, and thank you for pointing that out.
So the upper portions, the tower portions, are not meant to be exactly the same as the HT cladding, but in a simplified version and in similar color. They're existing within a different band, and the idea is really for them to reflect the sky, to reflect the movement of the clouds. So they're in a lighter material, and the base for both the condo building and the rental building are linear in a upward fashion, with some darker panels in between the windows to create this striping effect upwards. We're going to jump back to Cooperage Street here. There's some changes that were made along here with regards to just visibility into the condo units. That's a concrete wall, I believe, that was lifted up behind the planting areas. You can see here clearly along the bottom the effect of the birch precast with the weaving pattern of the brick above, as well as the window fenestration patterning above. So looking at the northeast corner now, this has the wrapping band of the basket weave with the lower portion of the birch bark. You can see in this case, this is going to also be extended into the commercial corner in this area. The entrance for the condo is just to the right, kind of in between the industrial heritage, and we're looking at a way to engage with some of the pieces that are being taken out of that and to reuse them on the interior lobby of that space, which is going to be quite fantastic. We have the condo portion with the wrapping balconies on this northern side as well. We're really looking to the railings to see what we can do to create this reflective effect, but also continuing the kind of base materiality that's going on in the rental portion on the south side tower with the linear pieces going upwards. Les, anything you want to add to that?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. And then our final view from the northwest corner, you can see the industrial heritage building in the front, the condo portion behind, and then you have the training, education, and employment center, which we're going to jump into in a second because we have a lot more work done on that. And then the Anishinaabe Health building to the south. Both of those relating to each other. These three buildings are kind of unique in their relationship. They're going to be the most prominent buildings from this point of view. I'm going to jump now into the Training, Education, and Employment Center. Just a reminder, and we'll start on the ground level. This is Miswibeek, which is a training portion. There's going to be 2 workshops. This is going to be quite an active workshop on the Cherry Street side. And then another workshop towards the back with a couple of classrooms. Excuse me. The idea here is to create some activation for people walking down the street, and then you'll remember that there's kind of a courtyard to the north here as well, or northern portion that's going to have visibility into this space as well. So you'll be able to see people in here for the majority of the day. The second level is the child care center, and this has preschool, toddlers, and infants. This is also at the level that connects out to the raised green roof. So they have a nice relationship to their playing area there. And then there's a bit of an overhang for protection as well. The third level is the family center, with similar views outwards to the west, to the north, and then to the gardens to the east. And then the fourth level is office space. So just kind of a reorientation there for that. I think this is really going to be where the birch bark pattern is going to shine the most. You can see here we've got larger openings on the lower portion where the Miswibeek level is, the child care center, early on center next up, and then the office space. And one of the things that maybe you can't really read on this is that we've taken a look at moving the openings, the fenestration, to open in areas that is going to be more effective from not only views but daylighting. So areas that don't require as much sun coming in, or program areas that don't have any need, we've moved the fenestration or the glazing, the visual glazing to those portions, kind of mimicking the movement of the sun in the manner where we're being affected by the other buildings as well. Here is a close-up of the kind of the park space that's in between these two buildings, the Industrial Heritage building to the north and Training, Education, and Employment Center. You can see the people inside there quite activated. And then also the space in between these two buildings, we're continuing with our perforated core 10 in a pattern that's relating back to Cree beadwork, which we think is quite beautiful and can be done really well with kind of a perforation point of view. You also see the balconies to in the condo building portion here. You can see there's a fade on that glass as well, which is kind of a nice like imagery for those. And here's a shot across Cherry Street. You're starting to see how the two buildings relate. You're starting to see the fringe on Anishinaabe Health come down. You're also seeing what ties these buildings together from a base point of view. There is some space between them on the upper floors, but on the ground floor they are connected. We're using the petroglyphs for that kind of iconography along the ground. I'm just going to jump quickly into the interior spaces for the Training Education Employment Center. This is definitely related. We're trying to bring these ideas back into the building. And one of the things we're thinking about is place, but we're also thinking about, you know, how Indigenous people, when they thank the world, they thank the Ganyohanyo, which is Thanksgiving address, starts to acknowledge everything from the ground all the way up to the sky. And we've used this as kind of a formation of how we're starting to address the interiors. This main entryway is really about the recognition of the water and the delta, moving up to the edges of those lands, those connection areas, moving up to the ground floor, which is the connection for the kids out into the play area, which is kind of nice. And you can see that here, the Training Education and Employment Center is on the same level as the gardens that are raised above all the interior spaces. So the gardens that are on the east side of the Anishinaabe Health area are only meant for access for Anishinaabe Health because they are going to be used for ceremony and used for healing. The Sweat Lodge area is sunken in for a protection. From a protection point of view, it's not meant to be visible from the condos, and in fact, it will be quite protected visually. But the nice part is that these kids are actually going to have a place to play, and understanding some of the other childcare centers that are in the distillery, even, or they're just outside, right adjacent to the cobblestone and kind of main passageway. So quite a great place to be activated as a kid. We'll go quickly through Anishinaabe Health, and Suzanne, jump in here anytime you want to. Again, reminding us of the pebbles in the stream. One of the things that's happening on this ground floor is that the floor is being eroded away, allowing a visual and physical connection into the interior of the building, all the way up into the main green space. It's on the third floor, I should say, of the interior courtyard. Walking through, one of the things you'll notice is when you enter the building, you're walking through what would be the traditional healer space, and that carries up through the second floor and third floor as well. This green area to the north is the Sweat Lodge, which you do have to go inside to go back outside to go into the Sweat Lodge. That's something that's really kind of a reaction to safety and security, but then also the process of ceremony. There's this beautiful courtyard here that connects upwards into the main space. And then you'll notice also that there's a staircase that runs up here that continues up and into the main interior space that can be used for Anishinaabe Health. Some other things that I want to point out is that on the ground floor, these are quite activated with community spaces on the corner, which is adjacent to that public park or plaza, and then also a kitchen here. So there's quite some activity going on with some clear glazing going in to see those in two spaces. Continuing up, we have typical clinical treatment rooms, which we've been working really hard on, and they're quite unusual in their form, while still meeting the requirements of the Ministry of Health for size and function. But I think the important thing here for us is to understand that this traditional healing room is going all the way up and through the building. I'm not going to talk about this much. We've talked about the shawl, I think, a fair amount, but really this idea is about wrapping the building. And if you remember correctly, if we go back to these, the shawl actually opens on the east side. East is a very important direction for us as it faces the rising sun. It's a sign of rebirth. And then just some shots into the interior. These haven't changed much from our last meeting. This is what the view would be like from kind of the furthest west point in the Sweat Lodge area. There's a bunch of different pieces that need to occur with this, but you can see the planting is really meant to provide a secondary layer
of protection. A raised landscape plan. I mean, this is not just a green roof. This is actually a raised landscape with people being able to access it. There will be trees and bushes and other plantings along here that are relating back to the Indigenous plantings. And you can see from this rendering that was completed last time what that's supposed to feel like. I mean, it's really meant to be a space for people to enjoy in our concrete jungle. You know, it's definitely something unique in this area. It's not just an extensive sedum roof. There are other plantings, and I think that's something that's going to be quite enjoyable, not only for the people that can access it, but the residents that are facing to the interior courtyard. Here's a quick cross section through the main entry. This is not the sweat lodge area. This is kind of the main entry area that you would see. So you can see that we're really trying to pull the landscape down into the ground floor here as well. So when you enter that first floor, you are going to see landscape and be pulled towards the interior of the building. This also faces that eastern portion, so the sun is going to come into the space, which would be quite beautiful. And here's the important aspect of the highest point from these condo buildings. This red line is showing the sight lines that will be available, and that's the shot that we showed you earlier with the viewpoint out towards the other condos. Landscape. This is, sorry guys, I've got 5 more slides, 10 more slides. Just talk about these quickly. I think the important thing for the landscape is that we're still looking at doing our plaza to the south, and this is meant for gathering. It's also meant for ceremony in this space. And then there's also this plaza to the north. And one of the things that we were looking at doing there was making sure that we have enough space to be able to hold either round dances or circular ceremonies or drum ceremonies. And I see this quite being an active space in relationship to the Indigenous hub. This space to the north is a little bit more quiet. There's a possibility of a restaurant going into this the Industrial Heritage Building, which would be a nice little activation for that space as well. We've talked a little bit about these 2 endpoints and how we treat them because they could be seen as quite dark and dingy or unsafe, so we'll talk about that in a second. We're looking at using some of those amazing medicines that we talked about that are plants that we consider to be medicines all over the site. And really, you know, using these also not just as an aesthetic piece of planting, but that also the ability to teach and to engage with young ones about what these plants can actually be used for. Zooming into our Southwest Plaza, you can see that we've one of the things that we've heard is making sure that there's more plantings along the edges. And we've increased that space along here, and then also along the Anishinaabe Health portion, there's been an increase in plantings. There is an exit through this space, so we did have to put a kind of a pathway through there, but this area has been pulled out to create more space for greenery and edge condition.
And it is tied in, I think one important message is that it is tied into the larger streetscape master plan of Waterfront Toronto for the West Donlands and the Canary District. So we found that happy medium where we can designate and denote the areas that are part of the Indigenous hub, but with the larger community, which again, I think is a not particularly subtle message about reconciliation.
So here's a shot of the Southwest Plaza, and I think you can see on here the brick pattern, the weaving pattern is starting to be a little bit more prominent. You can see that, which is really nice, a nice contrast to the perforations of the shawl and the shadow patterns that it's going to occur from the vertical sunshades. And then our night shot, we've been working really hard to not just light the space per se for lighting's sake, but try to use lighting in a manner that's going to enliven the space so that it can be used from a temporal quality morning and night.
in the effort to make people aware of place, plantings, those types of things. So we're keeping the lighting low, and yet still at a level that's going to work from a safety point of view. Sustainability. I had the opportunity to come into Waterfront Toronto and talk about ideas about sustainability, and we have a huge long list of things that we like to talk about. But these are some of these are principles that we've been looking at within this specific Indigenous hub: directionality, light and views, allegory and metaphor, and then craft. And I'm not going to go through those again. From the Indigenous design principles, Anishinaabe Health, Anishinaabe Health has been working to ensure that they're meeting what's required of them. Some initiatives, they have intensive and extensive green roofs, and I think this is quite an interesting point. While there are no green roofs on top of the building, there is that massive green roof in the interior courtyard, which I think is quite beautiful from a point of view that not only covers up all of the loading and garbage pickup and all that stuff that you don't want to see, but it also has this beautiful lifted landscape for people to enjoy. And I mean, one of the things that we've lost in this city, and I think that we need to push even further, is our connection with nature and how we reconnect, and not just in a manner where it's street plantings or street tree plantings, but how do we really submerge ourselves so that we're getting, the benefits of the multiculture of trees and plants. Lead checklist scorecard. You guys have seen this. I don't think that anything's changed on there. So there we go. Thank you. Yahweh.
Well, thanks, Matthew. Paul, I guess with the presentation done, do you want to open up the floor? Paul? Where'd Paul go?
There.
Sorry. Just if I may just make a quick comment here. Through the incredible magic of scheduling, we are also on the agenda for the Committee of Adjustment this morning for this very same project. I've been monitoring it, and we are literally one item away from our presentation. So I may disappear. It is by no means due to lack of interest or commitment. Unfortunately, I'm trying to master the art of being in two places at once. So I apologize if I have to disappear, but some of the members of the project team and I need to also be in attendance at the Committee of Adjustment. So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Matthew and Suzanne
I'll have to leave too.
address any comments.
Thanks very much, Les. We certainly understand that and wish you nothing but good luck at the C of A.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we all knew about this ahead of time, Les, so everybody was prepared that you might have to jump and go, so no worries.
Thank you.
All right, so can we move then to any questions and or comments from the panel, and remind you that perhaps there's an opportunity to engage more in a dialogue than their usual format, but let's just start, and I'll just read down the list, and if you have any questions or comments, please go ahead. Betsy, do you want to?
I think you had Jana put her hand up first. It looked like Paul, so.
Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry. There we go. All right. So I see Nina Marie, Peter, and Jana. And then Fatty. Okay. Nina Marie, I think you were perhaps the first.
I'm last, actually.
Go down the list.
Jana was before me.
Okay, Jana.
Okay, thanks. And thank you, Matthew. And I think this was incredibly compelling in terms of getting a greater understanding of some of the symbolism and metaphors that you're addressing. And what I wanted to talk about or ask you about really was, it seems to me, my hunch is there's a kind of bigger issue about storytelling here, about the storytelling to do with the Indigenous presence in this area of the city, and about renewing it in a contemporary way. And a lot of that has to do with like a transposition of some symbolism. And what I'm wondering about is, in the interest of maybe deepening the appreciation of those symbols and the meaning, have you thought about, like, I immediately started to think like, wow, what would Christy Belcourt or Katie Longboat or, you know, Olivia Wedung do with this kind of assignment to work with you to really, say, put together like a more coherent story or a more evident story for some of us who don't know the meaning behind it. And I wanted to ask you what your kind of goals were with the imagery that you have, and if there's a kind of, it seems a bit episodic, and I'm wondering if there's an idea, an underlying structure to the imagery that you're using. And also, have you ever thought about collaborating with an Indigenous artist, like a visual artist or bead maker, painter, sculptor, that kind of thing?
Thanks, Janet. Yes, yes, and yes. I mean, it's kind of funny because we're presenting these projects in a urban realm type of way, where we're not even getting past the front door, right? Mm-hmm. So all you're seeing is the kind of skin story that's going on right now, where really there's opportunities for us to start to engage people when they walk up to the front door, grab the door handle, get inside. And we've been talking a lot about, you know, how are these things translated, or, you know, are accessible, made accessible to people? Is it a kiosk? Is it a QR code? Is it, you know, a piece of art that's put on the wall that then ties you back to the stories that are going on in the exterior? And I mean, that's something that we're still continuing to work on. We're definitely looking at working with artists, not only within the, and I should say we are working with artists in some of these projects, not only within the Anishinaabe Health Building, but the Training, Education, and Employment Center, and then through some of these other iconographies. I'm specifically, you know, the space between the buildings, kind of in the core 10 steel. I mean, we're showing a placeholder image there right now. Mm. That's the idea, right? But yes, we are definitely looking at that. Yes, we are definitely looking at how do we tell these stories, and then yeah, how do we tie them together? And I mean, really, you're going to experience things differently depending on how you approach this block. I mean, it's a really kind of an unusual. I mean, we're working with a city block that has no access to the interior. Whereas if it was a landscape, we would be able to walk right through it, and that story would be less episodic, as you call it, right? So yeah, we're looking at doing all those things.
Can I just interject for a quick moment on that topic of art? I didn't do really much of an intro to this project because I wanted to give all the time over to the team, but I did want to mention that we are engaged in some public art that's going to involve the Indigenous community as well. And Chloe Catan, our public art manager, can just speak to that really briefly. Chloe, would you like to say a couple words?
Yes, hello everyone. So I just wanted to say hi, Matthew. Hi everyone. Yes, we are, as part of our public art program, we've been working with AHT to put out a really, really exciting call for an Indigenous art curator to really help us with the procurement of, you know, some artwork for the Southwest Plaza. So, and it will be, you know, fully integrated into the plaza and really help towards this idea of a gathering space. So the call went out on the 5th of October, and the deadline is, I believe, on the 9th of November. So we are hoping to have someone in place by the end of the year, and really work all together on a public art plan to take to TPAC at the city by, you know, I think it's April or May. So so yeah, you will be hearing some updates as we go along, but I'm really, really looking forward to working on this, and we will have some really exciting artwork for that area. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Chloe. I have a list of 4 or 5 people. Perhaps I'll just read your name off and you can speak. Pat first, please. I think you're muted,
Sorry,
Pat.
I fixed it.
There you go.
I think there's some really beautiful things happening with a number of the materials that you've kind of reinvented. The precast birch, I think, is I don't know. I almost want to see more of it. It seems like it's really working well, and I've been kind of super keen on seeing how the fringe develops, because I think it really kind of makes a kind of great space between the soffit of the building and the street. I just would wonder if perforated is going to be enough. I've used perforated metal on a number of projects, and if you don't get it, like, it seems like it should read, but in a way it doesn't. It tends to disappear. So that might be your choice, because it is something that you might want to be there in certain lights of the day and disappear in others. But just, I felt like it might need to be a denser, or even you could even consider, tubes or any, it just seems like it's such a worthy idea that I think it would be interesting to really explore it, maybe even in some different materials, just to make sure it reads. Yeah, just a thought. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Pat.
I completely agree with you. We are looking at doing a stainless steel chainmail there. So
brilliant.
The perforation is going to come down, and then there'll be a different material down here that has some movement to it. So we completely agree with you.
Yeah, brilliant. That sounds great. And can I have one more comment? Sorry.
Yep.
I just, the condominium building, I mean, I know that Les is not here, that's over top of the old Canary, the historic building. I mean, again, this kind of knitting together of culture and history and all of that is kind of, I feel like maybe that, again, just a thought that there could be some thinking about the soffit material. Like, what is that soffit as it registers against the kind of, it's kind of hovering, it's sort of hovering over the historic building. And it would be so great, of course, expensive and probably messes up unit design, but also great. I'm looking at page 27, if there were no columns there, if it was just simply the soffit and so my comments.
Okay. Thank you, Pat. Let's go to Fatty. Fatty, you're muted.
Yeah, it just takes a second to unmute.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you again, Matthew and everybody. I have a very kind of practical, maybe quick question, and just another more general comment, question, observation. In the plaza itself, I know that you're trying, I know that all the projects in this area and along all the waterfront projects are respecting the kind of public realm paving pattern of all the streets and sidewalks. But I'm wondering if there's an opportunity within the circle itself to begin to maybe subtly rotate that paving and tilt it to maybe amplify the pattern of the circle. I don't know if this is a possibility without actually changing the material of the paving pattern, but instead of it keeping it all in a kind of parallel 90-degree pattern, that maybe there's a way to subtly begin to shift it and rotate it to kind of just amplify the significance of that circle. I don't know if this is kosher or not with Waterfront Toronto, but I feel like there's a chance here to do that.
Yeah, absolutely kosher. I mean,
Awesome.
There's not that much public sidewalk there. It's mostly in the plaza, and they can do whatever they want.
I just don't know exactly where the boundaries are, because I know how important it is to keep the continuity of the public realm across the West Don Lands. But then once you start getting in there, there's probably an opportunity there to just simply begin to subtly rotate and shifting the tiles so that when you're looking at it from the top, it will emphasize the circle. But when you're walking along the public realm, it will lead you to that space and understand there's kind of another level of significance to it.
Okay.
I just have another really quick one that I wanted to talk about, which is, one of the things, Matthew, that I learned both from you, but also from the Indigenous training itself, that, one of the really big steps towards decolonization and reconciliation is the naming of things. And the kind of super importance that is being placed on what we call places and what we call structures. And I've noticed more recently that on Spadina, they've started word of Eshpadina under the Spadina street sign. And in the kind of just without without being a really big investment, it quickly just simply begins to shift people's consciousness about the name of stuff, right? So I've, for example, never knew spadina comes from an indigenous word. I just assumed it was some person who owned a property and had something called spadina there because the spadina house is up there. So I'm wondering if through your work you maybe thought that there are opportunities in this Indigenous hub or elsewhere on the waterfront, especially in the kind of delta condition, to really bring and surface in a really clear and strong way the names of places, especially as you get closer to the Indigenous hub, that might be integrated again in the street signage or in other naming of places in this area, so that it is a subtle yet really powerful reminder of a lot of the things that we learned about.
Okay, thank you for that, Fadi. I have, just keep moving through the list. Nina Marie, Betsy, Peter, and Eric on the list. Nina Marie, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you very much. And in the interest of time, Matthew, I'll echo both some of Jana's comments and Fadi without repeating them. And I wanted to ask a little bit about, first to say thanks for sharing that really important foreground context, not only from a landscape perspective, but from the cultural heritage rootedness. And I wonder if you might speak to us a little bit about something that wasn't visible to me, but maybe is threaded through the project in ways that I'm not seeing. And that's the role of rain. Rain capture and movement. I was so compelled by the narrative about the lifted landscape, the connection to sky and earth, the rootedness into land, this flowing through of water. And it seemed to me that there must be symbolism that isn't, to my eye, legible, but maybe is very powerful between, say, the green roof and the plaza, the metaphor of the pebbles in the stream, but actually the real possibility of the sound and movement of water and the capture of rain.
Thank you for asking this question. I mean, this is something that we've been really trying to push forward in all of our work, and sometimes it's easier to do than others. But we see from, as Indigenous people, rain is not storm water. We're not trying to manage it. We see it as a gift, and I think there's some beautiful opportunities for us to deal or to allow that gift or to receive that gift on the upper portion of that extensive green roof that we have. There is a water story, I believe, that runs through there. I think there's a bit of like a dry bed stream that's being used to move the water through there. There is no. Actually, I might be wrong. I think there might be a waterfall in the Anishinaabe Health courtyard. And if there's any team members that would like to correct me, please do. But we have been talking about that, where you would be able to see that when you come into the Anishinaabe Health building specifically. We had talked previously about something that was a water feature kind of flowing into the South Plaza, but that was removed from a cleanliness and safety point of view. So I do believe that there is a bit of a water story in the Anishinaabe Health portion and on the raised platform. But I completely agree with you. I'm really at this point in time in my work where we start to control these things, and we should be looking for ways to accept them and show how they change our not only the landscape for us as human beings, but also amphibians and animals and all these things that we have been displacing for so long. So thank you for raising that. Yeah, there's those two little places that we're doing that in.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. There's just one other thing I'd add, and I wanted to more echo it for support, in that I really appreciate that there are these stories, and that the work to make legible these stories is not, and I want to make it clear that these are not specifically for non-Indigenous people. It's not for our benefit that we expect that. I think we're asking, or I am reiterating, that this legibility, I think, would be so powerful if it is capturing the diversity of Indigenous voices themselves, not only from the perspective of entry into the building at grade and above, and the perspective from which you enter the story, but of course that the health center will be serving a variety of Indigenous peoples with different backgrounds, or maybe a gap, right? A gap in their story. Where do they enter that? And so I think when we are collectively talking about legibility and wayfinding, and the point that Fadi just made, that is, I think, really important, that it is for the benefit of the people the facility serves. And if it also helps outsiders and non-Indigenous peoples to understand, that's great, but that shouldn't be the motivating point, right? It's really about the diversity of Indigenous voices, and I appreciate the ways in which you're doing it. It's not easy to do it subtly and beautifully. That it's such a challenge, and I appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dana Marie. I have Betsy, Peter, Eric, and Bridget. So Betsy, do you want to go next?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Matthew, for the presentation. It was totally great. My questions are kind of really simple in this fact that I also suffer from sometimes our renderings don't match actually what we're thinking was what's going to be there. So I just have two really short questions about what's being shown in the rendering versus what your intentions are. I'm also a big fan of the precast concrete element, asking for it to be deployed wherever you can, relative to the specific context where it should be deployed. In some of the renderings, it's shown as really bright white, which I kind of could read as it being cast with a white concrete to kind of mirror the glow that you see in a forest. In one of the renderings, it actually showed up as quite a dark gray. And one question about that is the intention. You know, in the preamble, Chris showed images of the Stormwater Facility Center, which is also in cast, and where it had been treated with that waxy anti-graffiti coating, it was brighter. Is your intention that it has that brightness, kind of that forest glow brightness, or is the intention that it doesn't need that as part of the translation onto the concrete material?
I think you're muted, Matthew.
Thank you for the question, Betsy. It should be lighter. And one of the things I see happening with this kind of sounds terrible, but over time, you know, when the grid of the city starts to overlay it, you're going to get the darker pieces that fall into the area. So it's kind of the temporal aspect as well. We've even thought about putting moss on it to some degree. So there's this idea that it would be more of a lighter material, and you're absolutely right. The darker gray rendering is not reading properly. The issue with us meeting on Teams is that we have a sample of this, and we could have brought it in to show you guys, so you could have touched it, but we don't have that with us.
Cool. But part two of that is about the mechanical penthouses. Talk a lot about the success of the reflective material on the upper part of the building. Again, relative to the rendering, is the intent that that reflectivity continues up to the penthouses because they're reading dark in the renderings, which is a more grounding color relative to your presentation?
You're absolutely right. They're supposed to disappear.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Betsy. Peter?
Yeah, just two short questions. The first one is in support of Jana's and Fadi's comments. The subtlety of the messages around symbolism in the various architectural and cladding elements is great, but it's not going to be read by the majority of the people who see the building. And so I hope that I'm asking a question actually. Do you have a plan to have some kind of graphic or physical method of communicating those stories to the visitors and the people? I mean, part of the story needs to be the story, and so can you please make sure that that's part of the program, that there is budget for it, that there is a good graphic designer and storyteller as part of the total project. The second one is much less significant, and that is previously I've been critical of the use of Corten. Panel members will be familiar that this is one I keep bringing up. It's an environmental disaster. You can achieve the same visual looks with all kinds of powder coat materials and so on that don't affect the groundwater the way Corten does. Can you please consider changing out Corten for another material that has the same visual impact but without the environmental aspects?
Peter, I completely echo your statements, and I will push to engage with the change of material for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Eric. You're muted still, Eric.
Here we go.
There.
Well, thank you, Matthew, for the great presentation. I think that there is, I don't have any question per se. It's more like comments. I think it's a great presentation. I think you provided us a lot of great background, a lot of information. And thank you for the progress made on the building. I think that the one thing I really like with the building is like, it's one of the building. It's a building in the waterfront that I feel is going to become a landmark. It has a unique identity. I love the breaking of the volume between the different component, and I think that's actually just talks about the identity of each of the program. I think the ground floor works quite well. It feels welcoming, which is, I think, exactly what you want. I think it has to me, this is a building that is that is actually has a rich layers of richness of layers, and that it will help to actually create that awareness. And I'm very glad that you are thinking of linking the education storytelling to the greater community, because I think it's one of the things that we've learned over the last few years, that the more we can learn about each other, the better it is. On the one thing that I think I've noticed on one of the renderings, and it's a bit of a detail. It's on slide 32. Is there's a space between the health the health center, the health buildings, and the training buildings, is just about how some of the skin wrap around the volume. And I just like in terms of does the especially on the health building, does it continue to wrap between the building, because it looks like it's stopped at a certain point, but there's perception different depending on where you are about how that you probably want to extend the any place that it's visible, extend that texture so that it doesn't just stop at a point where you could continue to see. Yep.
Both of those textures, the one is the precast, the other one is the perforated shawl, go all the way around the building.
All the way. Okay, so it's just a rendering in this case.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. The one thing that I like on the place where I did bring that at the last review is it's on the corporate side of the buildings, the condo side, the fabric building. I really like the texture. I like how the ground and the top, and but the one thing that I found, it's 130 meters of a very flat facade. If I look across the street, there is certain break between the volumes. There's actually kind of the 3 volumes. And it has balcony that helps that are inset. There's a void, there is solid. So that's where I would, probably encourage, is there a way on that texture on the top part to kind of bring some, because it's actually probably the longest straight facade with very little articulation in the entire waterfront. And is there possibility to create maybe a bit more of these void with, I don't know if there are balconies. It's hard to, doesn't look like there are balconies. It looks like they're Juliet balconies on the outside. But what can we do to actually just bring a bit of a finer grain, because you're doing so well on the western side? How can this also be to be that, so there is a sense that yes, there is this is actually there's some articulation, there's a bit of uniqueness, it's a bit of celebration along that street there. So that's the place where I would say that if anything could be done there, that'd be great.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not reading in the renderings as well. There's actually, I mean, you're not seeing shadow lines with the brick that's being moved in and out. Between the darker color brick, lighter color brick, there is actually a shadow line. So you're not reading that to begin with, which adds, I mean, I think once you see this in a daylight lit type of non-rendering way, you'll start to see that pattern more enhanced. But I appreciate you saying, I can see how that can appear to be extremely long. But
yeah.
I'll talk with the design team to see.
Yeah, exactly. It would be, could some area be slightly more than just pattern? Because I do think the pattern will read very well. But yes, if there is some of that articulation. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Eric. Bridget, please.
Am I unmuted now?
No, we can hear you. Are we
Yeah.
good?
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Great.
Yep.
First of all, thank you, Matthew, for the presentation. It was really appreciated. One of the things you said in your introduction was, how do we stand out but not stand out? Kind of complicated, but really interesting. And I was thinking about that in relation to the entire west elevation, because you have different buildings that each have an identity. And then I was thinking about, how do you retain the identity but knit things together? And clearly it's along Cherry Street, and it's really using public space as a key element to knit things together. Public space in the northwest corner, in the southwest corner, along Cherry Street. And I guess one of the things I really appreciate about this project is the east-west section, which is really a piece of topography. So you go from the level of Cherry Street to what is in effect a retaining wall that really creates a sort of space of nature in the middle of the block. So this level change that is really man-made is really a kind of a really important topographic condition that's really created by the project. And so I guess I was, in your rendering of the northwest corner, you showed a kind of wall as the backdrop. It was perforated, whether it's or some other material. I think Peter's points are well taken about the specific material. The idea that it should read as part of this geological feature that is part of the block that you're creating, and that you might read it in the public space in the northwest corner, but maybe there's a way to echo that in some way in the southwest corner, so that you're able to find some kind of balance between individuality and identity of all of these buildings, but that the landscape, which is really for me this big move of this kind of topography to create the sort of rooftop spaces in the back, needs to somehow have an expression of a kind of landform. And it can be articulated, it can be illuminated, but it's almost like, for me, reading as a geological feature that weaves through the project. And so the idea that you might see it in the northwest corner when you're waiting to pick someone up for daycare, but then you see it again, maybe in a different form in the southwest corner, but the legibility of this retaining wall as almost a site feature is really, for me, a kind of piece that I sort of see, but it's a bit out of focus. And in a way, I would love to kind of create a stronger legibility about this topographic element. Imagine you're on the west side of Cherry Street walking north or south, that you would pick up glimpses of it all the way along. And the idea of sort of echoing of certain materials and a kind of understanding that there's this sort of piece of nature in the back, for me, is you may not it, but you kind of know it's there. And this kind of this topography, I feel, is one of the really insightful parts of the project, but I would love to see it become more legible and more part of a public reading of all of the public spaces on the west side of Cherry Street. But thank you so much.
Great.
Bridget,
Thank you
that's
very
a
much, Bridget.
Fantastic piece of advice. And I think this is really interesting because this occurs in 4 places around the building. And we could take a look along with Peter's comments about, thinking of a different material as a core 10. Is there something that we can do differently in those four places that would, echo that idea of this geological landform that you'd read? So those are fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, I believe I saw Jana's hand. Did you have another comment, Jana, that you want to make?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Just one other comment to go along with Bridget's about the landscape, actually, several people's about the landscape, and that's to do with the ceremonial garden, Matthew. And I'm wondering, you know, when I look at that and in my the knowledge I have to date about the ceremony around sweat lodges and, you know, bringing the rocks in and piling them up and putting the layers on top, you know, I look at that space and the architecture of that space, and I feel like it could be way more redolent with meaning and ceremony. So it's maybe not so buttoned down in its feel and in its architectural design. Maybe it could have more of a rugged feel to the rocks that are part of the ceremony. Maybe there's a way to use traditional medicine planting as a kind of corollary piece. Just things that I think make the experience of being there part of the overarching idea about teaching and about stories. I think there's a bit of a, to me, a missed opportunity right now in the very kind of regular expression of retaining walls. And those retaining walls, and you were saying like you're people of moving mountains and moving landscape. I think that that could be really harnessed to make a very particular kind of landscape. And I think that the whole idea of using landscape as the intersection of Indigenous culture and, you know, settler culture is really powerful, particularly in an urban setting.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment? Because I'm mindful of our time. It's 11:12.
Paul?
Yep.
George here.
George, yes.
I thought we were having questions before comments, and we seemed to merge into comments, but while I was not paying enough attention. So I just wanted to say that, and it is a comment, that it seems to me that in a number of respects, some of the things I called motifs in the scheme have definitely been clarified and simplified. You know, the brick pattern was one I would mention. Other people talked about the clarification of the role of the precast. I was also interested in Matthew's response to Pat about the fringe on the so-called shawl, and the possibility that it might actually be made of chain mail, which strikes, I'm inclined to agree that that would make it a lot more powerful, especially if it did introduce some degree of movement. So I think all of those kinds of refinements are pushing the project in the right direction, and I'm pleased to see them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George.
George.
Anyone else who wishes to make a comment before I try and summarize? Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And thanks, Matthew. You know, I'll just maybe an open question. And again, you know, as sort of one of the sustainability experts, as it were, on the panel, you know, it's just completely different working on projects that sort of have this idea of sustainability baked in and coming at it from really a values perspective. And it's different. The way you speak about it is still unfamiliar to us, and I think that's a bit of an issue for groups like mine at the Green Building Council, that we probably haven't had enough dialogue with Indigenous people to even start to find some of the common ground between the values of sustainability that we bring in different perspectives. But you know, because you have this sort of values-driven approach, sometimes, you know, I'm optimistic that you can do stuff that maybe other projects can't, or you're willing to push for things that other projects won't. And so I may unfairly ask you to champion some issues that are of concern around sustainability. One, you know, go back to the materiality, and I think Peter mentioned, you know, Core 10. You know, one of the things we're really starting to look at broadly is the impact of construction, the impact of materials beyond the operating of the building, but this sort of embodied carbon and the embodied impacts of materiality. And so just looking at that and what can be done, and again, not talking about sort of maybe entirely just going with natural materials or sort of a primitive lens, but are we importing the best ideas in the world and not necessarily importing material and heavy things and the burden that comes with that? And what can we do to tell a story about materials and sustainability? And then the second one I think is really important, and since February, much more important, is the connection between the built environment and wellness of people. And we're learning a lot about the impacts of buildings on health. And I know, obviously, and informed again by the Indigenous training we took, the impact of buildings, of housing on the public health of Indigenous communities and of all people. And I think, is there an opportunity to connect the building itself and how that's driving wellness with the public, and whether that's through biophilia, and there's some elements of that's being done, also looking at, indoor air quality, the materials, and just really hammering that home. And ideally, in my sort of dream world, a connection back to the actual services are offered, where we're looking at wellness, not just from a sort of treatment approach, but preventative, right back to maybe addressing some of the issues in people's housing that are causing, adverse health impacts. That's just sort of an open comment, an opportunity that I would love to see championed, and a great place potentially to champion some of those ideas.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeff. All right, I guess I don't see anyone else's hand up, so I'll try and summarize all the comments. And I think I'll start with saying, first of all, a big thank you to Matthew for an unbelievably comprehensive presentation, and especially, I think, the context presentation that preceded the actual project. I think it was invaluable and complemented our training experience that we've all had. With respect to the suggestions that have been made, and I think I'm going to frame them as that, I think there's strong support for the work that has been done and how the project has evolved since its early days. But there are several, perhaps I'll phrase them as further thoughts for consideration that Matthew and the team may want to consider to even make it better. In no particular order, with respect to materials, there's various comments made about how people love the precast birch, but perhaps it could be explored also in different materials to bring out that symbolism. In terms of the opportunity for the amplification of the pattern of the landscaping and how important the landscaping is to unify the various elements of the project. Various suggestions have been made in terms of the reference to topography, which I thought was very interesting. If you're looking at an east-west section and standing on Cherry Street, an opportunity to perhaps capture and appreciate the different elements of the topography as we move through the sidewalk through to the retaining wall towards Cooper Street. So it's seen from Cherry Street. In terms of the actual condo building itself, there was a suggestion perhaps to look at different soffit material and maybe see if it's feasible to delete the columns or have the soffit without the columns. Was felt to be a positive consideration. With respect to back to landscaping, in terms of paving, there was a comment made about how there's a unique opportunity to perhaps amplify the patterns of the paving that we normally see throughout the West Don Lands, especially within the circle, to highlight and emphasize the uniqueness of this particular project and this particular landscape feature at the corner. Symbolism of rain and the environment. And I love Matthew's comment that the Indigenous community sees rain as a gift, not something to control. And see if there's opportunities to further capture that concept, perhaps through sound and movement in various ways throughout the project. The capturing in the diversity of the Indigenous voices that are going to obviously feel very comfortable coming to this building and this project. There's been a couple of suggestions there. One about the importance of naming opportunities throughout. so that people from different Indigenous backgrounds and non-Indigenous backgrounds can learn and constantly feel like, this is a place that I'm understanding. This is a place where I'm feeling like I belong. And it's overall part of, I think, the reconciliation and healing process that we've all talked about and been exposed to. That's so critical to have continue throughout our experiences. A very specific comment that I believe was agreed to, a suggestion to change the use of the Corten material for environmental concerns. And I think that was accepted. And I guess a final couple of comments about the cooperage facade. And this was made previously, but I think it's worthwhile still exploring. It's a very long facade, and the suggestion was made is to figure out if there's different ways to break up that length of facade through different articulation and different strategies. And I think it would only help that particular facade if that could be achieved. Overall, I think the main theme that I think many people have said is this is going to be a very unique project. It's been a long time in the works. I think that the connection between the built environment and the natural environment and health and wellness is particularly in the process we're all going through with COVID can only be accentuated. And I think this will be a fantastic addition to the West Don Lands. In terms of, again, just a final wrap up, I found in particular this process to be wonderful in terms of furthering my own understanding of the Indigenous community and the symbolisms used. It's a learning opportunity, and it will be part of the reconciliation process that I think will give wide exposure to Torontonians that is long overdue. I think we're all pretty supportive and pretty happy with what's been done, and I can only wish you the best. And I see Les is back. I don't know if he's already completed his Committee of Adjustment application. You might want to share us what happened. Thumbs up, it looks like. Okay. Thanks, Les. There's an opportunity for the proponent to reflect and respond to the comments that you've heard this morning. So Matthew, perhaps I'll send it back to you.
Paul, just before that, we usually do a formal vote, or was that a formal vote of support that I was hearing there? Because if it is, I think it would be nice to record that.
Yes, I'm just simply following the agenda where the vote was listed at the end. So.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you missed it.
I'm happy to entertain a formal vote. I would propose.
No, go ahead, Matthew. Go ahead. Sorry, my apologies. I thought we missed it.
Yep.
I would like to thank Waterfront Toronto and the Design Review Panel for their words today. As I've said at the beginning of this conversation, our actions matter and our words matter. So what we do and how it matters, and this process is important to not only ensuring that the waterfront is being taken care of properly, but the legacy of that, not just for Indigenous people, but for everyone that gets to use it and gets to be a part of standing on it. The thing that I would like to echo is this idea of story and this idea of sharing and this idea of knowledge. And there's been several members that have brought forward making sure that the story is shared and making sure that it's available and accessible to everyone. And that's something that we really value as well. Story for us is not just about knowledge passing on; it's also about healing. So in that way of thinking, I'd like to thank Toronto and the Design Review Panel for their words today and continuing this story with us. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. And it's my pleasure to put forward a motion of full support for this project. Is there anyone who wishes to comment, or can I assume that it's unanimous? Thumbs up. So congratulations, Matthew, and to your team and to Les. I think you're all set to move forward. Thank you very much for everything.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Congratulations, guys.
Okay, I guess that concludes this item. We're a little bit over. How be we reconvene at 11:30? Is that okay?
Why don't we give everybody 10 minutes? I think everybody could use a little break. So how about 10:35?
Okay, sounds good. 10:35.
Hi everyone, my name is Sonia Vangeli. I'm a Public Realm Design Project Manager at Waterfront Toronto, for those of you who don't know me. So today I'll be providing a bit of an update on the Lakeshore Public Realm Plan that you last saw in April of 2019. And we'll introduce detailed design for the eastern portion, highlighted in green here. So from the Don River to Carlaw Avenue. The Public Realm Plan came to DRP several times over the past few years, as you know, most recently last April for DD, where it received full support. And so today we'll be focusing in on the East End, which has been advanced to 90% design. And so it's coming to DRP for its detailed design review. Just as a refresher from the Public Realm Plan objectives, the idea is to transform what is today primarily a highway corridor into an urban boulevard with enhanced public realm, additional planting, and improved connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists through the corridor, both east-west and north-south. Some of the components of the plan were the north side landscape and separate pedestrian and cycling trails adjacent to the Union Station rail corridor. Intersection improvements, which included widened pedestrian crossings, decorative finishes of the concrete at the intersection corners, and graphics and lighting of the Gardner structure. Also on the south side, public realm, additional planting between the road and the sidewalk, and higher quality materials by the development frontages. As well as enhanced stormwater management, which takes advantage of permeable surfaces and bioretention planting to retain some of the stormwater on site and reuse part of it for passive irrigation. So where we left it last time was the implementation plan stage. So the major phases of the project that are highlighted in yellow were tied to the Gardner EA work led by the city. And some of the components, like the south side frontages, would be incrementally developed along with the development blocks as part of their SPA submissions. And then outlined in red, you see a few areas where we plan to do quick start projects, early implementation improvements to start to signal change in the corridor and also to start testing some of the approaches to inform the broader design. And so just an update since then, the Public Realm Plan went to the Ministry of Environment and was approved in July of this year. And we have just finished building the first pilot project between Sherbourne Common Park and Bonnycastle Street, so the frontage at 12 Bonnycastle. And I'll just share with you a few images. So the pilot tests several of the non-standard materials and innovations in stormwater management. So permeable pavers made of recycled material that are permeable throughout and require a very minimal gap, so improved AODA accessibility. A permeable base that stores water under the pavement and makes it available for passive irrigation. Enhanced concrete with exposed granite aggregate and a decorative saw cut to mark out pedestrian zones. And resilient planting choices, including some species of plants that actually take out winter salt from the soil to improve conditions for survivability of planting. So this is what the pilot looks like, the as-built condition. This is kind of the mid-block condition with the permeable pavers and the planting. And this is a shot of the corners, the concrete corners with a pattern that denotes safe zones for pedestrians. And I'm happy to report that on opening day, bees were already checking out the plants, the goldenrod. So we're almost there in transforming this corridor. The other major update, which is the focus of today's review, is the East End, which we have been advancing to 90% design. So this is including the Lakeshore Bridge over the Don River and the reconfiguration of the road from Don Roadway to Carlaw Avenue. So this is integrated design and delivery of 2 different EA scopes, which I'll get into in a bit more detail. So the Portland's EA and the Gardner EA scope. So the Portland's EA required the Lakeshore Bridge to be lengthened in order to accommodate the wider river at the sediment basin. But that was considerably challenging to do with the Gardner structure in place. Part of the Gardner scope included widening the bridge to introduce public realm, so pedestrian sidewalks and the bike trail, take away the ramps, and reconfigure the road east of the bridge. And then the Portland's TSMP-EA laid out the road network east of the Don and the major intersections along Lakeshore East. So as a recap, the original scope of the PLFP project was just to lengthen the bridge, the existing bridge, with the Gardner ramps in place. And then the Gardner EA scope would come in and widen it later. And this proposal is an accelerated option which delivers the ultimate bridge, so rebuilds the bridge to both lengthen and widen it to have the public realm integrated from the start, and to deliver it as part of the Portland's flood protection project. To do that, it's required to remove the ramps, the Logan ramps, and so that triggers the implementation of the public realm plan for this section of the road. This would have been the last design that you saw of the east end. So it was just conceptual design that included generous planting in the north section especially. So this is the north part of the section, and a planted median. This was actually the best part of the public realm plan because it doesn't have the Gardner overhead. But the project has taken that conceptual design through the various stages through the course of the past year, and done substantial coordination with other adjacent ongoing projects and precinct planning studies, the ones listed here. And so as a result of that coordination, some major design changes have happened, which you should take note of. The main one is the Harbor Lead rail spur, which runs on the north side of the roadway in the north side boulevard. That has been relocated to the center median, therefore shifting the public realm a little bit further north to fill in its old place. And so there's a bit of 2 different zones. One, the zone that was adjacent to the rail yard is a little bit of a wider right-of-way and includes a more generous linear park. And then the eastern part, east of Booth, is a narrower condition because it's got private properties to the north. So it's more constrained. Signalized major intersections have been revised to Don Roadway, Booth, and Carlaw. And because Broadview we know is coming in the future, we are protecting for it, but the intersection is not being built at this point. And there has also been substantial coordination at Don Roadway intersection with the PLFP roads team. And so that is still being a little bit fine-tuned, as well as some of the details of the north side public realm in that linear park in coordination with the city. This is some of the feedback we received from you at the last DD review. So there was quite a bit of support for the linear park concept and design, support for early implementation projects, and the eastern portion especially, and support for a continued role of Waterfront Toronto in the implementation of the public realm. What we would like you to focus on today is the public realm components primarily. So based on the following topics, the consistency of the public realm with the West that you've seen previously. Are we achieving a cohesive boulevard identity? The intersections design and transition zones, especially at those kind of moments of change at Don Roadway and Booth Avenue. The planting strategy and integrated stormwater bioretention approach, the treatment of median and rail spur, and then more detailed things like the protective barrier for the bike trail east of Booth Street, which has the potential to create a kind of special identity for Lakeshore. And last but not least, the future-proofing approach, the fact that this road is coming before development in the area. So how can we best anticipate future change? So before handing it over to the design team, I just want to introduce the team and just say that this has been quite a fast-paced collaborative project over the course of the past year or so. It's been led by project director Simon Karam, who should be on the line as well to answer any questions, with lots of support from Christian Giles and Prabir Das from the city. And last but not least, the design team, which is led by Intuitive, with Jonathan Ho and Michael Machino. Plan Map Engineering, Brad Kalous. And then for Public Realm, West State and Planning Partnership, so we have Shelley Long and Sarah Nolt, and Michael Ormston Holloway from Planning Partnership. And I believe Shelley Long will be taking us through the design presentation.
Okay, thanks, Sonia. Shelley, are you there?
Hey, Paul. Yeah, I'm here. Can you see me? Okay. I'll share my screen. Thank you for the introduction, Sonia. So, hi everyone. Again, I think all of you know me. I'm Shelley Long, a design manager for Toronto and Canadian projects at West State Urban Design Landscape Architecture in Rotterdam. So I'm excited to show you this project today. As Sonia said, we've been working on it for quite some time, so I'll jump right in. The kind of conceptual backing for the project of Lakeshore Boulevard is the creation of a new Lakeshore Trail to mark the old Lakeshore. And so this historical transition between a kind of natural geographic form to the industrial lands that were filled in south of it. And that's the kind of poetry behind the place. The site we're looking at today is part of a big green connection between the Don River all the way to the beaches. And in fact, I'll show you some site photos that explain how we are going to tie into the eastern part of the project. I'll skip some of this because Sonia introduced it really well. We're looking at the portion here, so from the Don River to Carlisle Avenue, and no longer underneath the Gardener. And as a reminder for the DRP, what the typical sections, the other three sections looked like west of the Don River, where we had on the north side separated bike and pedestrian trails on a raised berm where possible to get away from the noise and the dirt and the salt of Lakeshore Boulevard and the Gardiner Expressway. And on the south side, the components of the pilot project, which Sonia introduced. So this was the concept plan. And today, we'd love to get your feedback on also, these are the five main categories of the design that I will go through today. So first, we'll walk through the plan zone by zone and talk about the space dedication. And then we'll talk about the planting strategy, which we developed with Planning Partnership. Then we'll talk about the stormwater strategy, the materials and hardscape palette that we're proposing. And lastly, a more detailed look at the key intersection design of the three intersections on the roadway. So some existing site photos. This is the existing Lakeshore Bridge. You can see that there's two structures to separate eastbound, westbound traffic and the Gardiner overhead, little to no sidewalk, and also views of the Portlands to the south and up the Don River on the north side. Once you cross the bridge, you can see the Harbor Lead rail line, which also has its own bridge crossing the river on the north side. And this is the kind of nature of the space now, which will be very different, of course, when the highway is removed. And moving along eastward, we are anticipating future development areas, both in the Unilever precinct on the north side and in the McCleary Park district on the south side. There are some existing plantings in the area. They're very young trees Actually, some of them are young, some of them are not, but they all look in a lot worse shape than they should be for their age, is our assessment. There's also a row of columnar English oaks that exist on the north side, kind of by the Keating rail yard, and the median right now is probably used for stormwater from the gardener, and other than that, not for any public realm purposes. On the south side, we have very narrow sidewalks immediately adjacent to the road, and then light industrial land. Here you can see an example of one of the trees I was talking about. And right now the trail on the north side is actually a multi-use shared trail, and of course we'll be splitting that up, this design, into separated bidirectional cycle trail and pedestrian sidewalk. So after Carlaw Avenue right now, the Harbor Lead Line crosses into the median, and so that's actually going to happen at an earlier stage in our project. And we're tying into east of Carlaw, already conditioned with a separated pedestrian sidewalk, a larger right-of-way, a linear park atmosphere, and a bidirectional cycling trail. And that's all part of it. The further east you go, then you run into the Gardiner ramp removal work by DETA, which was done over 20 years ago. So 3 really simple principles that we're trying to achieve with this streetscape project. As we know, it's a major arterial road, and so the kind of after the layers of safety and traffic function for the public realm, we wanted to make it ecological, biodiverse, balanced between pedestrians and cyclists, and a sensual landscape experience in the city, which is not something we normally associate with the sort of highway area, but it's always been a goal of the public realm master plan. So here you can see the 5 zones that I will go into greater detail today in plan and section. Starting with the bridge on the west, and then we're going to drive all the way east to Carlaw Avenue on the east. Between Don Roadway and Booth Avenue, you can see here that the relocation of the Harbor Lead rail line gives us a much more generous linear park condition on the north side. This is where we have a wider right-of-way, around 61 meters. And then after Booth Avenue, we have a narrower right-of-way, around 45 meters, where we're more constrained in the public realm, north and south, and by the Harbor Lead rail line coming into the median. And this is because right now, we're not going to ask for any private property allocations, but for the developments that come in the future here to have setbacks and build out a better public realm condition when that happens. So in Area 1, the bridge has to tie up with the existing alignment of Lakeshore Boulevard, which will also work with the future alignment of Lakeshore Boulevard. We see the new 4-meter pedestrian sidewalk on the south, a 2.1 meter sidewalk on the north, and the 3.6 meter bicycle trail also crossing the bridge on the north side. And then we reach Don Roadway, which I can explain a bit more detail about that intersection a bit later in the project. Here's public realm rendering of the experience of crossing the bridge, which is not something I don't think any of us would dare to do today in the condition that it is. And I'm just gonna open my notes. I'm not an architect or a structural engineer, so I will have to read the part about the bridge to you. So the new bridge will be crossing over a new extended 4-span bridge that totals 97 meters in length. Instead of having the 2 bridges I showed at the beginning for each direction of traffic, one bridge that is new will be a combined structure that supports both directions of traffic as well as the public realm. The bridge is going to be supported on a rehabilitated substructure of the existing bridge and a newly constructed substructure. So the existing 2-span bridges will be demolished to make way for the new 4-span bridge, which will consist of a concrete deck on precast concrete box girders. And so the direction for this bridge from our client team in the city is to make it sort of a city standard approach to the bridge, which is in contrast to the other bridges that Intuitive is also working on in the Portlands. You can see here that the rail bridge is also supported on the same structure and will be rebuilt as part of this project. So as we move east from Don Roadway, you can see here that the main feature in terms of the layout of the roadway is that the Harbor Lead Line is transitioning into the center median, which creates some interesting spatial moments within the project. Basically, we have a small green linear park area on the south side, but then it mostly continues on the north side after the Harbour Lead rail line has left the north side of the project. And in the center median, the treatment will be to create a sort of meadow with some tree plantings in this area, namely at the entrance off of the bridge as sort of a gateway into the project. The planting plan, which I'll get into a bit more detail later, you can see through the linear park uses two types of patterns. The first is a kind of regular spacing of a street tree structure, but then also the underlayering of understory species, shrubs, small trees, and perennials and ground covers throughout the entire project to make it as biodiverse and robust as possible. And this is the existing condition in that first zone, and the finished condition, you can see here the Harbour Lead rail line is, and after it will transition into the median. So area 3, Salter Street to Bouchette Street. The linear park continues on the north side. And on the south side, you can see we have a concrete sidewalk with planting and soil cells below to ensure the health of this planting. In the future, again, developments will come in and plug in or redo this sidewalk to complete the public realm. But for now, we are coming to the existing property lines. In the dashed lines here, you can see the future extension of Broadview Avenue, and we've decided to do a few things to A, try and protect for this future road widening, which we know will happen, but B, since we don't know when it will happen, to try and continue to create a continuous experience for cyclists, drivers, pedestrians, visitors to the space. So in the planting scheme, what we're going to do is plant plants that like to grow really fast in a really short amount of time, and so that we can green the corridor and not have gaps within the system. We've also already introduced a different type of concrete paving for the Harbour Lead rail line in the center median, which will be at the grade of the future roadway, so that doesn't have to be rebuilt, which is important because the rail is more difficult to build out. And we've studied carefully the alignment of the bicycle and pedestrian pathways to make sure that they can still meet the intersection at a meaningful and convenient way. Any lighting that will be introduced in this area will have to be designed to be on a separate electrical circuit so that when the future intersection comes in, it doesn't destroy the series of the entire road. So this is the existing condition, and the future expanded linear park on the north side and 3-meter sidewalk on the south side. And the Harbour Lead rail line now happily in the middle. Area 4, we're getting to McCleary Park, which is an existing beloved park for large field activities. There was a big row of mature elm trees on the edge of this park, which would, if we were to, continue the manner in which we were designing the south side, would have to be removed. So we thought we really love these trees. We'd like to keep them. And so we proposed to upgrade the sidewalk, which comes south of the trees. There's also a significant berm that the trees are standing on. And so this crosswalk, which is introduced at the signalized intersection at Booth Avenue, which is extra wide for pedestrians and cyclists to share in a dismounted condition, meets McCleary Park with a stair and a set of ramps. And this is in fact aligned with an existing small facilities building on the site. And in the background of this alignment, you can see the concrete furnace silo from the waste processing plant to the south. Here at Booth is where we transition between our linear park into side-by-side bicycle and pedestrian paths. This is a minimum condition. So this is the existing condition I was telling you about, the elm tree with the berm. And in the future, proposed condition that we preserve these trees. And sorry, this is through the linear park. So I will show you then in the next section this narrow area where side-by-side trails are protected from the roadway with a barrier buffer. And the continuous pedestrian pathway in the south follows the same character as we looked at earlier. And again, we have some future streets dashed in for your reference. So this is existing condition now and the future condition. So we have a bicycle path with a buffer that protects it from the vehicles which are moving in the counter flow at 50 kilometers an hour. And this road is servicing a lot of trucks as well still who are coming down to the Portlands and connecting to the Gardner. So we thought safety and the feeling of safety is really important to preserve with a barrier here. And then a pedestrian path with trees in soil cells to plug into future landscape areas which will be gained by setback development. For the planting strategy, we zoned our project into 5 kind of typical zones. First, we thought the red area, the buffer, which is next to the road, will be subject to high wind and salt spray, and we would like for it to act as a buffer planted area for the linear park, which we want the plantings to grow healthy and more mature and have more longevity. And so that's the secondary layer, the forest layer. The edge forest in blue, you can see, is also a temporary landscape, which we will heavily plant and overplant to create a really lush green experience and to anticipate the future Keating rail yard redevelopment, which will eventually come in and again plug in with our sidewalk on the north side here. We were able to kind of get this land for our project because it's part of Creatio. It's because that's where the Harbor Lead line is today, and that's why it narrows after Booth Avenue. And then lastly, we have the median, which has to be a really hardy salt, wind, and snow storage tolerant species and low to accommodate the railroad, so meadows and grasses and native where possible. I won't get into detail about the species, but just so you know that these were some of the species that we're introducing. So the whole planting plan is guided by this idea of performance, where we've tried to use native species where possible, but then where we don't have them, introduce some non-invasive, non-native, really hardy working horse species, as we like to call them, like ulmus, where we know that they're really successful as a street tree and a hard Toronto's. And we did some visualizations to think about how this would look both from a car and a bicycle point of view. There's soil cells proposed in the more hardscape sidewalk conditions in blue underneath to give the trees enough soil volume. And underneath the linear park, underneath the bicycle pathway and the sidewalk structural soil to allow the trees and plants to connect to root zones and exchange nutrients and fungal networks. So again, some visualizations of this is the linear park area from the experience of a cyclist and from a pedestrian on a spring day. And lastly, here's a illustration of the formal streetscape areas. This is where the Ulmus family will live in Cursus. In the interim condition before these adjacent areas are developed, there's some opportunities potentially for interim public art and also for some, let's say, placemaking qualities on the inside of the barrier, which we are proposing could be tiled or painted or sandblasted to give a motif that could carry through the project. So the barrier is both, well, I'll talk about the barrier a bit later on after stormwater. So the stormwater strategy is to try and infiltrate water from the roadway where we can into the south side and north side planters. So the road is generally crowned in one big crown with the high point in the center where the rail line is. And there's a lot of more open planters now, I would say, than the street profile now, which allow for infiltration and evapotranspiration of the water. So on the south side, this will be taken up through a kind of passive irrigation system that links the soil cells, and water will come off the roadway into catch basins. And this will take up to a 2-year event rainfall. We any issues with high water as we do here, as we do on the central waterfront, for example. We're well above the high lake level that happened in 2019, about 1 meter on average above that level throughout Lakeshore Boulevard. So every centimeter makes a difference. And on the north side, again, a similar system. So water will enter a catch basin, whereby then it will get filtered through pipes into the planted areas, and then drain back into the storm system. And all of this water is, by the way, going into the Don River, so not to a treatment plant or anything. In terms of materials, because of the kind of interim nature of the fact that developments will plug in and finish these public realm components sometime in the future, we're proposing city standard cast in place concrete sidewalks on the north and south side, and asphalt on the raised bicycle path. And the special component for the public realm is a soft curb or a curved curb along the bicycle path, which will be unique to Lakeshore Boulevard and will carry through into the portion west of the river. So I mentioned that the barrier design is something that we see as an opportunity for placemaking, and I have some images of some different texture experimentations we've been doing at West 8 at one of our projects in the States, both with concrete and with tile work. And we think that this could be an opportunity to really take something that normally belongs to the world of traffic and transform it into something that brings delight and color. And these barriers are located in the kind of narrow street section area I already mentioned, but also here where the bicycle path is next to the road, again, because the Harbor Lead rail line is here, and also over the bridge. We're also proposing larger than standard crossings at the intersections to increase their presence of pedestrians and cyclists in the world of circulation. And last but not least, I'll get into intersection design for the 3 key intersections on Lakeshore Boulevard. So we have Don Roadway, Booth Avenue, and Logan, and finally Carlisle. You can see here in dashed blue lines some future roads that we'll be plugging in as part of the Unilever Precinct plan and the McCleary Park plan. It's a key one that we're going to look at first is the Don Roadway intersection, which is where the Lower Don Trail, the PLFP trail, connects with the Lakeshore Trail and is part of the greater cycling network that will extend east-west and north and south along the Don River and Lakeshore Boulevard. So these, we imagine, will be largely used by commuters, but we've tried to improve the nature of the trail, of course, as much as we can. Our dream is to have children and families cycling on all the trails that we design around the world. So this is the Don Roadway. You can see here on my left-hand side the river, and over on the right-hand the new Lakeshore Boulevard alignment. Some key features that I want to point out about the intersection are this is where you see on the south side, this is designed by the Portland's Road team at WSP and DTA. And on the north side that we're plugging into the existing Don Roadway configuration, which is a very important, again, a major arterial road for transport of goods and trucks. And so, but not only making sure that we can accommodate those turning movements, but also trying to make it as safe as possible for cyclists and pedestrians who will now also be using this as a major intersection. The circulation was quite complex, but you can see here that bikes have have to go one of two ways to circulate. So if you're going northbound and you want to go right onto Lakeshore, that you take this way. And the opposite movement is also true if you want to go southbound onto the PLFP trail. And then when you're coming over the bridge and you want to go to the Portlands, that's an easy right turn. And if you are coming from the Portlands and you want to go left into downtown, then you are coming up on the left-hand side of the intersection. The pedestrian crosswalk here is north of the Harbor Lead rail line. You can see the whole pathway here is aligned, and that was to create turning space for cyclists here. And there's a number of other traffic devices that the team is proposing to make this intersection work and make it safe for all the different users, such as leading pedestrian cyclist intervals for north-south phases, prohibited right turns on red, which is really beneficial for cyclists. In fact, it's something that it's actually the national standard in the Netherlands, and vehicular northbound and left turn and southbound left turns are protected. So again, that we're trying to isolate the movements as much as possible, so to reduce the amount of dangerous conflicts. At Booth and Logan, there was a lot of discussion about, should we propose a signalized intersection at Logan because it's a through street. But in doing that, we would have had to introduce an additional turning lane, and we would not have had any space really for public realm if we did that. So then the decision is we are going to put one signalized intersection for turning at Booth Avenue, and that cyclists and pedestrians will share this extra wide crosswalk to make the connection. You can see that Don Roadway and Booth are quite far apart. In the future, Broadview extension will cut through the center of that and provide extra connectivity. And the first slide I also showed also explains some of the future connections that will come in. And this was a little sketch of the arrival experience at McCleary Park. And last but not least, at Carlaw Avenue, there will be some modifications to the intersection corner in order to tie in, for example, the cross ride for the bicycles and the separated pedestrian crossing. And here's the geometry of how the Harbor Lead rail line will tie into its existing condition in the median east of Carlaw Avenue. So to conclude, we've walked you through the space dedication, the planting, stormwater, materials, and the intersection design. And I would love to open it up for questions and comments by the DRP. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Shelley. Okay, we'll start with questions from members of the panel, and perhaps I'll just read your name out. If I don't see a hand, I see Betsy is the first one, so why don't you go ahead, Betsy?
Are the Jersey barrier kind of pieces, is that the permanent separation in between the bike lane and the road?
Yes.
And second question, I didn't see any seating areas incorporated into your presentation, benches and things like that.
Yeah, so the nature of the trail, actually, if you go to the east of Carlisle, has no additional public realm furnishings. There's I think a concrete seat bench at Carlisle intersection, but the nature of the corridor is really about east-west movement. So I would welcome your comments about that.
Yeah, I biked on this trail a ton. I live in the East End and was on it all summer, so I've got a lot of comments about that part. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Jana, I believe you were next.
Thanks, Paul. I just wanted to follow up on Betsy's question and ask, in addition to the Jersey barrier, I think it's on slide 23, what are the other barriers or guards that you're proposing between, say, the train and the pedestrian walkways? Or are they all Jersey barriers?
Between the train and the walkways where they intersect on the north side?
Yeah. Yeah.
Current.
Can't hear you.
We've lost you, Shelley.
Oh, sorry. I was on mute. The Harbor Lead rail line is not a very frequently used train corridor, and trains that do come there are moving very slow, like 20 kilometers an hour or less, and also, yeah, I would say a few times a year. And so is uncontrolled crossings for cyclists and pedestrians. We've tried to angle the cyclist trail as close to 90 degrees as the geometry allows so that the wheels don't have try not to get stuck in the rail lines, and put stop bars consistent with the Ontario highway design for uncontrolled rail crossings. But there are no gates or barriers between the rail.
Is there like a little raised curb or some kind of other like physical interruption of the ground plane?
Right, so it would be a different type of finish on the concrete than in the public realm.
But nothing raised that would indicate that you're going to a different portion of the kind of linear programming.
Yeah, let me try and go back to this slide, sorry. There will be one raised curb where the pedestrian sidewalk is side by side with the rail. So in this condition, there will be a curb between the rail and the bike path and the pedestrians.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, George, I think you're next.
Well, one of my questions, I had two questions, but one of them's already been answered. And this may be for Sonia actually more than Shelley, but I just wanted to make sure I understood this, that the work on the reconstruction of the bridge over the Don River would happen after the relocation of the overhead expressway has already taken place. Is that correct, or?
So the way it's being proposed now through this accelerated option is that the ramps get taken down first in order to build the bridge in its ultimate condition.
So taking down the ramps gives you enough maneuvering room to do the bridge work?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, George. Fatty?
Thanks, Shelley. I have a couple questions. Just to follow up on Betsy's. So there are no benches, but I don't see, other than in this section, street lights, other street furnishing, garbage cans, just general things for a pretty long stretch of a road that is anticipated to be active. Is there a reason why we don't see any of that typical street stuff?
Yeah, it's a good question, Fatty. It's currently something that we're in the progress of working through with the city and Waterfront Toronto is, what is the right amount of public realm furnishings that we want to put in this area. We would love to install lighting, and I won't get too much into the politics of it, just to make it more accessible for people to use as a trail during the nighttime and during different times of year. But we just have to figure out the kind of ownership and management issues of that, and that goes for actually all of the furnishings. But you are correct; there are none in the design right now.
And then just really quickly, the elms that are in McCleary Park, are they all elms? I just did a quick Google Street View and they do look pretty magnificent. I'm wondering if you know anything about their health or their age, or how come they never get the like Dutch elm disease? Like what's their status? Because they're pretty present on the street and they seem like a really great asset.
Yeah, I'm gonna let my colleague Michael at Planning Partnership answer that because he's the project arborist.
Hi, can people hear me?
Hey, Michael.
Hi, Fatty. So, you know what? One of the first jobs that I had out of school was at the Elm Recovery Project, and if an elm was over 7 foot diameter at breast height, then I'd climb it, I'd take a cutting, and we'd propagate it to try and get the next generation of elms out there. These ones are not that big, but as someone who used to work on that project, I suspect that some of them may have a natural tolerance to it. Now, we see lots of elms getting to 30 35, 40 years old, and they don't quite have it yet. So different specimens, just like you and me, you might get a cold. I won't get the cold as hard, or I might get it at a later age. You might get it at a younger age. We've been out there and we did an arborist report, and so some of them are Ulmus americanus. Many of them are actually Ulmus pumila, Siberian elms. So there are different Ulmus. However, just to put in a plug for Ulmus, and Shelley said this earlier, you know, that's the sort of species that we would channel here. I don't want to use the word weed because that sometimes can be a prickly word, but we will lead with performance and use opportunistic plants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Claude?
Yes, Shelley, maybe just one word on the aspect of maintenance. Who will be responsible in the long term when this thing is built? Could we imagine that you would have almost no maintenance, being the reality of what the world is about, and right, it will maintain itself?
Are you talking about the plants,
Michael,
Claude?
yeah, and I think Michael may come in there as well. What would happen if no maintenance would happen? What would will it be a disaster?
Yeah, Michael, I think you can take this question.
Great. Sorry, Shelley. I didn't want to talk over you. Hi, Claude. So we are going. So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but we have a presentation that we're imminently going to be delivering. We need to lead this. We need to design this space based on the management that's expected to happen. So there's different ways that we envision this place will succeed. And I use that word carefully. We do want to promote a successional model here. This meadow needs to get more, the ground cover, which connects to an understory layer, which then ultimately has a canopy layer over top, needs to be a successional model that gets stronger every single year. We look at let's say Ontario rural roadside, and that doesn't have too much in common with Lakeshore, and I understand that, but we see plant communities thriving all the time. And it's a different aesthetic model that we need to start to wrap our head around it. But Sonia gave a great presentation at the beginning and looked at the merits of goldenrod. Now, one of the images as you panned out, I think it was only maybe 4, and they were surrounded by pennisetum, which is a planting that we understand a little bit more. It's more contained and compact, but we see a wild model everywhere here. We see a performance-driven model everywhere here, and we're not fully designed there because we need to understand how it's going to be maintained before we proceed into design finalization. That might have been a long-winded answer, but hopefully it provides some reassurance. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Claude. Pat, I think you're next.
Yeah, I just had a question. It's just really for my own technical knowledge, slide 41. You refer to structural soil to infiltrate water and provide space for roots. What is structural soil? Or maybe I think of structural soil as something completely different. What are you suggesting that is?
Structural soil is a specially designed soil that has a higher aggregate content of a certain size that allows you to put a compacted surface like paving, in this case asphalt or concrete paving or even permeable pavers on top of it, and it won't compress all of the air out of the medium. And what that does is it allows void space to stay in the system so that water and roots can access that void space. And it's an alternative to soil cells, if you might, but it has a lot less void space than a soil cell, which is 70%.
Interesting. I thought it had fines and it tended to not be permeable, but good to know. Thank you.
If I could piggyback that quickly, we don't count that as rootable volume, but we do use that as a bridging medium for those who might have had that question. Thanks.
Okay, no, that makes more sense. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Is there anyone else? I'm not sure.
Yes.
I see a hand for George. Do you have another question?
Nina Marie had a question.
Oh, I didn't see her. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on your book. Can you hear me?
My hand's up, Paul.
Okay. Are you able to hear me? I can't tell if I'm on.
Hey, Nina, we hear you.
Sorry, the interface is challenging. And the hands up, I don't know if that's working, but we're all on the list. Thank you very much, Michael, especially for the clarification around Ulmus. I had a follow-up question to Fadi's, and I think it's super helpful the way you've contextualized this. Just wondering if the possibility of sourcing the Ulmus, let's call them cosmopolitan species, these pioneering species that are able to, at a young age at least, do the work that we need them to. Are you able to find either inoculated, if they're not immune, then the species that actually are coming from known adults, so seed collection and propagation? Do you have a source for that? I'm just curious because it's a really great concept.
And that's a great question. You need to tell me when I've been going on too long about this, because you just spoke to something that's near and dear to my heart. Plant genetics matters, and I'm talking to the wrong person here because you absolutely agree with that too. And so the source of them matters. So we are going to use, so for example, we know that we have ulmus like the Triumph elm, which comes out of the Morton Arboretum. And that was in that American model of taking the true Ulmus americana, hybridizing it with a different one, and then getting something that has the phenotype of the Americana, but the genotype of something that would be resistant to the ulmus. So, I mean, I don't often get an opportunity to talk about these things, but whether people ask me to or not, I try and favor true Ulmus americana varieties. So ones like, let's say, the Princeton elm, which is an Ulmus americana single quote Princeton. At the University of Guelph, which is one of the sources of those before it goes to Conan NVK or CBV or any of those big guys, they actually inoculate them first. So this project would be promoting true varieties of Ulmus americana, not hybridized to get the phenotype and genotype different. And we would, as much as possible, try and use varieties that we know have been inoculated and know withstand that, because as we know, Valley Forge, which we thought was bulletproof, is now starting to get Dutch elm disease on the East Coast. So fair warning there.
I really appreciate that you took the time to be here and to answer these questions. I would like to just, as a follow-up, first of all, thank you, but say to the committee as a whole, this is our infrastructure, right? I'm asking these questions, and I know sometimes that when we get into these, I don't want to say weeds, but I will. This is a conversation about the investment in infrastructure, so I think it's really meritorious here. The follow-up question I have is really entirely boring, but Shelley, I just want to make sure I'm reading the drawings correctly. Looks like on the median for where the harbor line comes into the center, on slide 20, 25, 53, there are other places. Is that median, it's showing planted on either side of the rail, but is the actual rail bed itself either porous pavers or, I don't want to say grass, but a ground cover, infiltrating ground cover as well? It just isn't totally clear to me.
Right. So the actual paving bed of the rail line will be rail ballast, which is consistent with how it looks today. Maybe I can try and find that image for you. So it's not entirely porous from a, planting sense of the word, but
the edges are. It looks like you're showing on 25 that the edges are. And what's the ground cover, just as an example that you're wanting to cultivate there? Because I'm really reading this as a continuous landscaped performance piece, which would include whatever ground cover is on either side.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to ask Michael to answer that question because I don't know exactly where all the plants are planted. Michael, do you know?
Hi again. So we're without throwing a species out of ground cover right now, and I could do that, but just so you understand,
it's this here. Sorry, the median planting is on the bottom here.
We are leading this by performance, and I went out and spent some time there, and it's really easy to see what's thriving there. And one of the nice things about this project is we can maybe change the traditional understanding of what a beautiful green lush street is, and we're going to look at what's thriving there now in their. Let me be clear. We draw a line at invasive. At non-native invasive, but our native invasives, let's call them native opportunistics, and we know we're going to have issues down there, so we're going to use things that are thriving. We give a taste for what the ground cover shrubs and canopy would be here, but this is still a work in progress. We need to get some commitments from parks to be managed, and then we'll be able to drill down with more detail.
It's super helpful. I'm going to follow that up in some comments because certainly I've got some thoughts about the native opportunistic opportunities here. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're still on questions. Peter, you're next.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. I had a question about slide 29, and that's it was partially answered by the frequency of the rail usage, but this is the slide where the rail crosses. No, I guess it wasn't 29. Maybe a couple back where the rail crosses the roadway. So the eastbound lane is the vulnerable lane. Should we have some kind of, yeah, right here, yes. Should we have some kind of activated stop sign eastbound rail when the train is crossing?
Right, so Jonathan can jump in if I'm wrong here, but consistent with the way that the rail currently crosses Lakeshore Boulevard, I believe that there are kind of negative warning signals that will turn red so that cars won't drive over it.
Sorry, that should be westbound. Sorry, I meant westbound.
Yeah, westbound. Yeah, there will be signals, but there are not gates, for example. But there will be signals, right, Jonathan?
Yes, yeah, I'll add to that. We are actually looking at providing a gates here at this. That's on top of the signals that are typically provided for traffic warning of having rail on the track. So if you actually look further down the road east of Carlaw, there's similar crossings from the center median south to the property to the south, and they have gates to stop traffic on the eastbound direction. So we're looking to add similar gates.
Okay. Any other questions, Peter?
No.
No, okay. Anyone else who hasn't had a chance to ask questions? I don't see any other hands on my screen.
I have a question, Paul.
Yeah, go ahead, Bridget.
It was a question on the south side of Lakeshore. There's some areas which have almost no kind of width at all compared to the north side, which is quite generous. Other than selecting the right tree species, are there other ways of dealing with salt spray on just the proximity of the roadway is so kind of narrow and that you have like a long, alleys of trees. And I'm just wondering whether you have other kind of strategies beyond just the selection of species to address the proximity of salt to trees.
Yeah, thank you, Bridget. In addition to selecting the right tree, the will be draining into these areas and flushing the soil with clean non-salted water after the winter seasons is really important also for kind of getting the salt out of the system. That's the other main principle. So it has to be a well-draining soil and it has to be flushed frequently after.
Could I quickly piggyback that? This is Michael speaking. So we need to match the right plant to the right space, but we also need to match the right soil. Soil, we talk a lot about its chemistry traditionally in these disciplines and talk a little bit about its texture and less about its structure, but we have specifications that are going to very specifically address structure and texture. So we will be promoting a soil that has lots of cation exchange capacity. So there's clays in there, but it's got heavy sand fractions too to make sure that it can drain. And to Shelley's point, these are going to be irrigated at times too, and that's going to flush through the salt as well. And then lastly, we're looking at technologies of biomats, and I don't want to get ahead of the project because we still need to vet these through our internal team. However, We work with this all the time, very close to my heart is trying to resolve these systems. Urban forest design can be very different. We often do it in similar ways, but we're working with other salt retention strategies and salt incorporation strategies. And, I'm hoping at the next DRP that we can be presenting some of those to you. And I think they will be exciting and good opportunities to pilot these in Toronto.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Shelley, I just had one very quick question before we're going to move to comments. What's the time frame of the bridge reconstruction and rollout of this project?
I'll let Waterfront answer that one.
Maybe
Just want to
Simon?
have a refresher on that.
Generally, the timeline for construction is between 2021 and 2024.
Okay.
Along with the PLFP project. I don't know, Simon, if you have any more detail you want to add?
No, that is in line. I mean, we're starting mid-2021 and later in 2024, everything is planned to be completed at this time.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Okay, can we move to comments then from panel members? I don't see hands, so I can just go down a list if you want. Betsy, do you want to start off?
Yeah, I'd love to. I'm so excited about this project because I'm on these trails all the time, especially in the summer, and it is such a needed area. So thank you for putting all this energy into it, and thank you for the great presentation. It kills me that the work doesn't extend up to that little intersection coming off the Don Valley Trail right at the beginning of your work where you have the bike bridge over the water, but I'm sure that will be addressed soon enough. Coming off that trail, there can be 30 to 50 bikes in a line waiting for the light. Everyone from, there's like tons of kids, families, friends biking together, and then lots of recreational cycling who are going really fast. So they all line up at there, and then so a dedicated signal or something to kind of ease congestion. That's clearly the spot where there is the most congestion coming off the top of the image down and across onto the bike trail. That you were right in saying it's a really long stretch, and it will be really, really well used by all different kinds of people. I think you absolutely have to have some kind of seating area. It can be very informal. It can be kind of few and far between. Right now, further to the east, people will pull over at the bends and sit on the ground. They'll sit on the sidewalk in front of the Starbucks at Leslie. Like there's lots of people sitting on the ground. So giving them something to sit on would be good. And it also gives a place, an opportunity to pull the slower speed bikelers off to the side, because you get this issue as you get everywhere on these bike trails where you get the really fast people trying to speed by and nowhere for the slow people to kind of pull aside when it's really busy. So somehow connecting the bike trail to the pedestrian walkway at a point where there could be some seating makes a lot of sense. I could see when it's really busy with a lot of people, mostly cycling, there aren't a ton of people walking on these paths, that the slower pedestrian side actually gets overtaken as well by cycling. I could see that absolutely is going to be the case. Being able to connect across so that people aren't traipsing through the landscape would be really good intermittently, just so you know it's there and can cross between the two. Some kind of little lay-by, a slight widening, and a bench or two along this stretch would actually set the tone for what's going to be happening further down as this gets continued on. The barrier between the bike lane and the cars, Jersey barriers really have a sense of being temporary to me. I don't know if I'm the only one, and maybe other people could comment on this as well. I think an art piece or an extension in height would be really good, but they're also not going to be as kind of high quality as the really rich planting areas you have in other places between the bike lane and the road. It's planted buffer would be 100% the first choice, because it will help with stemming some of the pollution, the noise, and kind of the anxiety of the fast moving traffic on Lakeshore finding its way into the bike lanes. So if there's another option or some other development of that Jersey barrier to make it taller, introduce plant material in some way, I'd be really supportive of that. In general, I'm very supportive of this whole project, but I do think that initial comment needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Betsy. George?
Thank you, Paul. I agree with most of what Betsy said. I think there were lots of smart suggestions in there, although I will withhold my support for her unhappiness with Jersey barriers. I think I kind of like the way West 8 mixes the banal with the remarkable. And so I think this is just one more example of that, and I can live with it. Otherwise, I'm going to leave the rest of the comment here to my landscape colleagues who are more qualified to offer it than I am.
Okay, thanks very much. Claude, are you there?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Shelley, excellent presentation. It's very clear, well presented. You give us trust and confidence because something complex and right, it could read banal like a roadway, but it's not. And love the way it's organized. So congrats on that, you and your team. I think it's amazing. I think maintenance is something that I'm very concerned because often we go a site 2 years later and you just want to go back. You just want to get out because it's so pathetic, right? We're dealing with living material. I have a feeling that maybe planting, and I guess maybe Michael, I love that you're there because you have a knowledge, and more as you go along, the more you learn from what you've done and you pay attention. It's great. Is the planting too dense? I like when you're talking about this countryside aesthetics boulevard. I think maybe you're too religious about it. And I would say, what about if some of the plant were not entirely 100% native? Because what we want, and I like when you started talking with Nina about this notion of opportunistic, right? Taking something negative and read it in a different manner. So I think the tough and super tough and opportunistic may open up your planting palette. And I'm thinking, for example, when I do to Toronto or driving on a highway, right? The notion of like lilacs in the wild are amazing. The sumac, the rusa rugosa, the asclepiad, right? The yarrow, no maintenance. Can we start thinking that there's a kind of an aesthetics that is reinforced with the knowledge and sensibility that you have, and it could become an amazing boulevard? And says, you know what, city, no maintenance or very low maintenance. And we're going to create something that it's like we do right in the countryside because we want to look at it. So I think, and I think Nina is going to speak for this for sure, this notion of changing your perception about type of plants. And I would say maybe we just need to be entirely 100% native. And the elm that have survived is a great example. And they have a beautiful aesthetics quality that you want to preserve. So I would say explore more, give yourself more room. And I think you have the language and the sensibility to do it. Turn the banal, as George said, into something fantastic. And you guys you're expert at this. So I think it's super. I like your rationale about cost efficiency. You put silver cell at the right place, and then you go to structural soil. On the countryside, we don't even have that along the roadway. We just have this stupid granular, and over time things get established. So I think you're in a very good direction. We support you. If you need help, we can help you. I think this notion of changing or establishing a kind of a new aesthetics, and I want Nina to talk about it, about the weed, the beautiful weed, and bringing the bees and all these things back in there. And I think we are there nowadays in our society. There's a gain things will change. And performance is very important at low cost. So
okay, thanks, Claude.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think with that comment in mind, I better go to Nina Marie next.
Well, thank you, Claude, for the preamble. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, it's nice to have our comments grouped by profession this way so that we can comment on the discipline of landscape and its edges a little bit. I appreciate that. You know, that this idea that your strength as a design team really is in the reinterpretation of the banal, as some of comments have been made, in the ordinary into the condition of the edge of the city, and through this linear corridors in a public realm is so critical, and its time has really come. We're looking for ways to have not no maintenance, but low maintenance that works with what we've got in a highly performative way. And that means we do need some public re-education that, frankly, actually, if I may say gently to my city colleagues, starts with the city. Some of you may know that I have had some things to say with the city lately on weeds and so on. I think this project, though, has the opportunity, as you've already laid the groundwork, to reinterpret this wild aesthetic in a way that's true to form in Toronto. An incredibly diverse city. It is culturally diverse. It is biodiverse. And there, we don't need, as Claude said, to be religious about the delineation between only native and non-native. I think that's a kind of weirdly xenophobic messaging. And you have the opportunity to use incredibly performative species that, as Michael has pointed out, thrive on our roadsides. And whether it's Syringia vulgaris, the common lilac, tandem with Rosa rugosa and Bruce, which the sumac, which is everywhere, that gives us that very lush and layered landscape that requires so little performance, that thrives in the worst soils. I mean, lilacs, if you look at my house that has been, seems to be an easy supply to find in the media at the moment, the 40 lilacs that were planted there as an experiment have, you know, zero erosion, no maintenance, sprayed with salt, and have still allowed the diversity of other meadow species to come up underneath. So these are, of course, well known in everywhere around us. This project has the opportunity to show by doing, to really, and I you know, we always say it here, but this is leading with landscape, and in an opportunity to link monitoring and ability. So the principles that you've given us, I think, are rigorous, but they can also be interpreted from a planning and design point of view rather than the public realm point of view as an intersection of legibility and resilience, where learning is embedded into that process. And frankly, it's learning together with our city colleagues. Here's an opportunity for a public realm to advance the city's very progressive policies on biodiversity and pollination. I love, Sonia, that you put the bee in the photo. I don't know whether it was on Toronto's official bee, the green metallic sweat bee, or whether it was a ground nester, hopefully not a European honeybee, but there it was on the goldenrod, which frankly the city on private lands has a vendetta to cut down. So I would really encourage this opportunity to explore and be clear about the legibility and learning opportunity that feeds back into the city's own maintenance policies. I know this is not private land, I get that, but the city is, we want to be promoting this public realm as a way to help people in their individual work properties do this. So let's be really clear about it. Let's make sure there's pickup from the city. And I'm urging this in this forum, that our city colleagues see this as advancing those policies. Beyond that, you know, the idea of connectivity along this linear park is so critical from a functional point of view, functional biodiversity and ecological point of view, but also from a human engagement point of view. I keep saying this, but I'll say it for the record again, in these COVID times where people need every bit of exposure to the outdoors for wellness, we have such good evidence that walking along an ecologically diverse corridor as opposed to a more sterile place provides respite, cortisol levels being lowered, attention and focus, attunement, all those data are there now. And so here we have this wonderful project that really could amplify and accelerate not only design excellence, but legibility of the importance of these connected landscapes. The planting strategy, you guys know what you're doing. Having Michael with the planning partnership is real gift here. The water harvesting, notice I'm going to call it that now, not stormwater management. We're harvesting water here. That's also an opportunity for legibility. Perhaps finding ways to reveal that might be an interesting design opportunity for a team that's tremendously talented. I really applaud the leadership in this direction. So I'll leave it there. I know there's lots of other things to say, but I really appreciate the effort and the nuance here to make legible a new aesthetic, one that is hybrid, performative, and incredibly robust and resilient. Thank you very much for that.
Well, thanks, Nina Marie. I think we're all feeling better for all those comments. Let me just go back. Let's remind you it's 10 to 1, and obviously we're into our lunch hour now. But so if we can make some of our comments brief, I'll go to Peter next, please.
Yep. Can you hear me, Paul?
Yep.
Okay. So very briefly, Nina Marie's comments and Claude's comments really resonate with me. In particular, I've just driven across Ontario from Ottawa to the prairies, and the sumac at this time of year are just awesome. And, you know, if they can be included, be great. And my second comment relates to the gate I suggested on the westbound lane in front of the track that's activated by the presence of trains. I think would be a great safety thing. So,
okay.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Peter. Bridget?
Yep. First of all, thank you for a really great presentation. I really like the beginning of your process where you began with the pilot project, testing the materials, the kind of integration of all of the systems. I just think it's a really excellent start to something that will have to endure a lot in the public realm. I also appreciate both your scientific and technical precision of the kind of plant material, and every decision you make is really appreciated. It's kind of building the kind of infrastructure through plant material. So really great. I just had a comment about crossings because they're really important. Right now, most people don't cross from the north side to the south side of Lakeshore. This is my neighborhood. I go through this area all the time. I really appreciated retaining the trees of Cleary Park. Your Booth Street north-south crossing is super positive as a way of slowing down traffic. And I just want to really reinforce that this is a really key part of what you're doing. I also think that the Dawn roadway intersection is super challenging. You have 18-wheelers and bicycles in the same intersection, everyone going in every way. So I think that the kind of appreciate the design concept for it, and the kind of implementation has to be so ruthless and rigorous to make sure that all of these users are addressed. The same with the Booth-Logan intersection, and I really like the idea of the kind of crossing on the north side, again, slowing down traffic, because right now it's a speedway, and that the kind of these north-south intersections have a critical role to play in the cadence of how you move along this kind of, like it feels like an Indy 500 for most of the time, that the way the traffic moves. So part of this is really slowing down and really making those intersections legible and friendly for a whole range of users. You're never going to exclude the big trucks, but then how do you then add all these other users and make it kind of work for all of them? Super challenging, but really, really important to the success of this area. And I feel like all the work you guys have done has been really excellent and is so promising. And I look forward to seeing it built.
Great. Thanks, Bridget. Fatty?
Thank you so much, Shelley and everybody else. I just wanted to reiterate one of the messages that Nina Marie had mentioned about the future of infrastructure. And that comment and how important it is, because we now, we don't see road redesign anymore as just a conduit for enhanced vehicle circulation, but a real opportunity for the introduction of biodiversity, for greywater and stormwater harvest and treatment, as well as a civic and recreational space for people year round. So it's important to keep blurring that line between what is a linear park and what is a right of way. And I feel like you're starting to do that. So with that said, I also, want to really advocate for the success of all the other elements that come with a right of way, like street furnishing and lighting and other things, so that the real coupling of blue, green, and gray infrastructure, the civic and functional, the performative and infrastructural, really have an element of human agency and comfort and control beyond, to continue that triangulation of, the biodiversity, the infrastructural, and the civic. And so I also just really want to say real quickly that the kind of the extraordinary and the banal reinvention might require you guys to invent some new management regimes, just to echo some of the things Claude and Nina Marie mentioned, which if new road design also will require sort of sumac, goldenrod, and lilac as part of road design reinvention, maybe that's the manual you might have to hand over the city as we kind of throw out previous manuals and think of new ones that are needed for the 21st century. So with that, I just really want to congratulate you for taking something that would have been so straightforward and making it extraordinary.
Thanks, Fatty. Okay, Eric, any comments? No? I think Eric has probably stepped away. Jana? No? Pat?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Paul. I just wanted to echo my colleagues and share the excitement in seeing this actually built. And just two quick comments. One is the Jersey barriers. At first I felt like it was inappropriate to use the Jersey barriers, but in thinking about it, what I think is a false note in the kind of deep thinking of the banal and the more elegant is decorating them. To me, the decoration seems unnecessary, and it's trying to elevate it in a way that's not in keeping with the authentic moves that you've made elsewhere. So I'd ask you to just think about that and either consider something besides a Jersey barrier if there's something you don't like about it, or just celebrate it for what it is and focus on the things that you think can actually accept more, deep innovation. And then the other thing is I would ask you to just consider raising the curb slightly, even 2.5, 3 centimeters between the bike path and the rail path, or the pedestrian path and the rail path. Maybe the trains don't come often, but they do come, and something even as small as an inch of a raised area will stop, errant bicycle tires from slipping into the track when the train happens to be coming, or someone with a visual impairment to actually trigger the idea that they're moving into another portion of this linear banding. I think is actually really important to broaden the experience of this as a really safe and enjoyable series of paths. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Pat.
Yeah, it's a great project. I just echo everybody else's comments, and it's a kind of an example of where landscape can really affect the infrastructure of our city. So congratulations on that. Have to say, don't love the Jersey barriers though, and like for whatever reason. I agree with what Jana said. I mean, I think if you're going to do it, don't decorate them. But I'm kind of more leaning towards Betsy's feel on it. So it's a brutal engineered, undelightful product anywhere in our cities, and so anyway, but thank you.
I think that's very clear.
Okay.
Okay, Jeff, are you there? Any comments, Jeff?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
I don't think we can hear
sorry. Yeah, no, I don't have any additional comments. I think, these a great looking project. Can't wait to see it in action. And obviously, the fact again, Waterfront's leading with the landscape, with the streetscape, public realm design, I think bodes well for all the future development that comes off this. So look forward to it.
Thank you. Lastly, Kevin, do you have any comments?
Thanks very much for the presentation, and also thank you very much for the continued hard work on the water management, but no comments. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll summarize, and this is very personal for me. I want to start off with one comment. Some of you may know that after amalgamation 1998, when I became the chief planner and we had Mayor Lastman in place, one of the first challenges I had was to champion the removal of the Gardner East Expressway. That was in 1999. The elevated Gardner then went all the way to Coxwell. And believe it or not, despite Lastman and 57 members of council, we succeeded. And we got a majority vote, and that came down for a large portion of it. So for me, this is a vision about to be completed. And it's only going to be 25 years later, but you know, it's worth the wait. So I just wanted to add that personal reflection. This is a hugely important, powerful green link between the East End and the downtown. And as many people have said, this is an opportunity to again demonstrate that we lead with landscape. Several suggestions made for consideration. Obviously, one, the dedicated signal for the large number of pedestrians, bicycles, truck traffic, car traffic at the Don roadway intersection. It appears to be thought about very carefully, but that all has to really be managed carefully and work very, very well. That's a major, major intersection. Suggestions along the corridor for opportunities for seating, for as increased numbers of pedestrians and bicyclists will use this once this is completed, I think is a very valid observation. Slightly difference of opinion on the Jersey barriers. I think the general consensus is, you know, perhaps have extensive buffering and planting and perhaps use of art pieces as opposed to decorating the Jersey barriers. And I think those thoughts can be looked at further. Several comments about the maintenance of the landscape from the various members of our panel, that it's really important. You don't want to go to all the trouble of making this great and then 5 years later go there and have it frankly look like it is a disaster. So I think explore the wider palette of planting material has been suggested. Countryside aesthetic kind of environment. Nothing to be afraid of. Celebrate the diversity and explore all those opportunities, because I think maintenance is really key and you want this to be great. Suggestion about the installation of perhaps a gate at the westbound traffic and the rail corridor for safety reasons. Also considering raising the curb slightly between the bike and the pedestrian path and the rail corridor so people can be aware that there is a change taking place. And I guess two other comments that are really, I think, very importance of north-south crossings. I believe it was Bridget made that observation, and it's really important because right now it is a speedway and it's very wide, and you take your life in your hands to cross it from north to south. So those are very, very key as ways to slow down the traffic and to encourage that north-south connection. And I guess the last thing I just wanted to highlight is the importance of thinking about this over the long term as a urban boulevard, more of an urban street. So all the street furnishings, the lighting, the garbage receptacles, et cetera, you would expect on a major boulevard need to be incorporated. And it should have a totally different feel, you know, 5 to 10 years from now than obviously what we see now today. So I think those are a lot of excellent suggestions. I think the panel is very supportive and compliments the team on all the great work that's been done. So if before we take a formal vote, it's an opportunity for you, perhaps Shelley, to respond from what you've heard.
Thank you everyone for your comments and your support on this piece of landscape-led infrastructure. I want to with the idea that I think somehow when we leave Earth and aliens come to Earth, that they will find happy bees, but also Jersey barriers. And I think that's something really interesting for us to take forward from this project. There's like more Jersey barriers on Earth than any other kind of structure. And we will study that. Thank you for your comments.
Great, thank you very much. So I would propose, given the nature of the comments, a vote of full support on behalf of the panel. Does anyone wish to comment on that? Consider it unanimous. Thank you very much, everyone. We are now, I guess, adjourned for lunch. Back, everyone, from a very quick lunch. So we have one item left on the public session, the 178 to 180 Queens Quay East, which is here for schematic design, and we will take a vote at the end. So I believe Carolyn is going to do the introduction. So if you're there, Caroline, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so today we're talking about 178 to 180 Queens Quay East for schematic design. The site is located on the northwest corner of Queens Quay East and Lower Sherbourne Street. Next slide, please. Leon? Thanks. This is an aerial view of the site, and as you can see, to the east is the Mont development, and to the west of the site is the Daniels development. Next slide. The site is located again on the northwest corner of Lower Sherbourne and Queens Quay. Along within the block, there is 162 Queens Quay East, which is to the west, and then 215 Lakeshore Boulevard north. And all of this is considered the FedEx lands. 215 is being done by Greenland Development, and Harari Pontarini Architects is the architect. And for 162 Queens Quay East is Quay Architects. There's also 3 transit lines, bus lines along the Queens Quay East. Number 6, 75, and 72B. Next slide, please. The development parameters are defined through an appeal, and subsequent minutes of settlements were formed in 2016. The southern portion of the FedEx blocks is 178, a 180 Queens Quay, and then 162, as I explained previously. The building program will be primarily residential with retail uses at grade. And 20% of the residential GFA is to be provided as affordable rental housing, either as cash in lieu, affordable housing units, or land dedication. Next slide, please. In terms of the site context, the site is part of the East Bayfront Precinct Plan. Next slide. And with the urban design guidelines in the precinct plan, some of the goals are to strengthen the visual and physical connections to the water from the city. It's to create focal points around public open spaces. It's to establish Queens Quay East as the main east-west spine. And also, generally, in the East Bayfront, it's mid-rise form with tower pop-ups, and that it should step down towards the water's edge. Next slide. And to speak to the alignment of the podium data, I'm going to ask Paul Moulet, the city planner, to speak to this slide. Paul?
I don't know, is he there?
Hi, Paul, are you here? I see you in the meeting here. Perhaps you're muted.
Are you sure he's there, Leon?
Yeah, I mean he's in the meeting, but I'm not sure if he's able to speak. Maybe there's an issue on his end.
He just messaged, said yes, he's there. I had to call in. Okay.
Well, maybe we can come back to this slide.
Yeah. Okay, so the next slide, please. In terms of the building proposed to the east at 162 Queens Quay East by Quay Architects, they came to the DRP last September in 2019, and this is what they brought forth for in the schematic design number 2. Next slide, please. And to the north, as I explained, 215 Lakeshore Boulevard East by Greenland Development by Harari Pontarini Architects. This is their current proposal, and they were last at the DRP at May 2018 for schematic design. Next slide, please. For this development application, we are currently in stage 2 review for schematic design. Next slide. And back in July 2019, the comments were for buildings, the panel felt comfortable with the proposed modifications to the street wall datum and finding a consistent height and rotation of the west tower massing to align with the podium. They also asked to consider setting back the upper podium floors of 162 Queens Quay East, which is a property that abuts the property line with 178 westwards, to create a visual gap between the two podiums and thus clearly define the consistent lower podium street wall height. Also to consider opportunities for combining, consolidating, and sharing parking ramps, loading and servicing areas between the various buildings. Next. For landscape, explore options for the treatment of the future east-west street, considering severing it at the north-south pops with a green strip that has views down to the water, eliminate traffic through street, and encourage stronger pedestrian use as a common outdoor lobby for the various residential entrances. Consider shifting northeast lobby to the future east-west street, or provide corridor access from Sherbourne Street to support the street wall condition that is consistent with 215 Lakeshore Boulevard East. Consider alternatives to rolled curb edge details, and consider mapping the emerging network of east-west pedestrian connections and identify opportunities for continuity. For sustainability, provide more information and explore improvements in sustainability strategies, and explore feasibility of buildings to Tier 2 or 3 TGS standards. Next slide. And for the areas for panel consideration from the city and Waterfront Toronto, for the building, the ground floor configuration along the street frontages, the project massing, the podium datum, tower realignment at the Sherbourne and Queens Quay corner, the tower and podium facade materiality and details of the ground floor, balcony, and tower top, and the quality and utility of outdoor and indoor amenity spaces. For the public realm and landscape, ground floor configuration and animation along street frontages and consistency with planned public realm, which is Queens Quay East, the Lower Shoreburn, and the Gardiner public realm. The consistency of POP's design approach, the vision, the palette of Brown's paving, planting, and lighting with 215 Lakeshore design approach, ground floor and terrace landscape designs. And for sustainability, the sustainability strategies, the envelope efficiencies and balconies, and energy and carbon metrics. Next slide.
Yes, so these settlements transpired over a number of years. As everybody knows, we were back here for this group a while back. So the FedEx blocks, there's a number of different settlements with the LPAT. 162, 178, and 215 generally have overlapping settlement timelines. What we did with the podium and sort of the massing adjustments that you're seeing here, that what we wanted to do was really rationalize and harmonize along the street so that the datum lines were equal, more or less, along Queens Quay. So you'll find that 162 and 178 now have a normalized a podium of 20 meters, and before they were offset. Also, the buildings were somewhat offset, and they're now a little more harmonized with the holistic development approach of all of the FedEx lands.
Okay,
So
thank you, Paul.
Yeah, that's all I want to say about that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, do you have comments, Chris, you want to share with us?
Me, Chris? No, I don't have any comments.
No. Chris from Architects Alliance, so the
Oh.
landscape architect. I wonder if he had any comments he wanted to make. He's listed on the agenda. No?
Paul, Chris Bohm, I don't have any comments for that actual design. Just to be clear to all, B+H is participating solely as the landscape architect on the project. Architects Alliance entirely responsible for the architecture.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I guess that concludes the presentation, Leon. So I'll open it up to questions from panel members.
Paul, I think we have to hand it over to Adam to give the design presentation. That was just the staff intro. Sorry.
My apologies. Obviously.
I thought that went really well, though.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sure you love the result.
I don't know.
You gotta
One of your
clean my
best
glasses.
presentations ever, Adam.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. My apologies.
Okay, so this is Adam Feldman from Architects Alliance here, and I'm working with Chris Bohm from B&H Landscape Architects. So we'll be doing the presentation together for 178, 180 Queens Quay East. And I'll just jump in, and we'll see how it goes, I guess. We've also got our client here, Stefano, is on the call, and I'm working with Rob Cadeau from Architects Alliance as well, I think, who's on this call too. Now I need to learn how to use my screen. Okay, so I'm just going to skip forward in terms of the comments because Carolyn went over those. This is the context that she mentioned, a view fall from the south looking north. Also to add to the south of our site, we have the Arbor due south on the eastern end, and we have the Menkes Innovation Center, and then to the south towards the west, and then George Brown and Chorus Entertainment rounding that out on the waterfront. And also what's been very important to us are the parklands and the green spaces around the site, both Sugar Beach, a little bit further to the south and the west, Sherburne Commons to the east, and then the open spaces within 215 Lakeshore to the north and the Daniels Project to the west. And just these are things that have been in the back of our minds as we've been looking at this project. And also, I guess most importantly, the POPs running north-south through our site and up to Lakeshore through the 215 site to the north. Just a close-up of our site, Queens Quay. One day we'll actually have a streetcar along Queens Quay as well, and the whole redevelopment of that street, which Chris will touch on. And just looking at the massing and the site. And then as Paul Muley mentioned, we've updated the massing, and that's what we talked about in DRP1, just to reconcile the street wall between our site and 162 to the west and some of the building heights, and also moving our western tower over just a little bit to provide more light and space for the courtyard of 162, and also to align it more perpendicular to Queens Quay to open up views and light to the waterfront as well. And this is just an overview of the massing from the as of right and the kind of current massing that's been revised. With that new massing, we started to kind of contemplate and rethink the architectural expressions of the building and how they would work together, both in the context of the street, but also in the immediate context of these two buildings, divided by the POP space. And we looked at a number of options, breaking up the massing, of pushing the podium forward and kind of having a different expression of the towers, of looking at, sort of two separate buildings with different expressions, one to the west and one to the east. But in the end, what we thought was just to simplify it and kind of treat the block as a whole, as a unified block. And, delving into that further, looking at a series of layers, both the sort of main building mass and then sort of wrapping it with some sort of envelope that might get carved away to break down the mass a little bit further, just because the heights and the shapes of the buildings are not particularly elegant, being relatively low in height, ranging from 22 to 14 stories. So they're kind of squat-ish buildings.
but just so thinking about a different way to articulate the massing. But also within that, there were lots of opportunities in terms of looking at amenity spaces, both indoor and outdoor, through the building. So looking at a kind of series of outdoor amenity spaces, terracing up the buildings from the second floor roofs to the tops of the towers to try and take advantage of this pretty privileged position of looking over the waterfront and being very close to the water, which is pretty unique in Toronto. And then also thinking about the green roofs and trying to think about that not so much as an afterthought, but how they can be integrated into the landscape. And Chris will talk more about that. And this is what we've ended up with this idea that, there's the building proper, and there's wrapped with a series of balconies that kind of get carved away. And this, as a market building, is dealing with the fact that the market seems to want balconies. And, our recent experience with the current pandemic is more people want to have at least some semblance of outdoor space on their units in case they're trapped at home for a long period of time. And the idea was to really embrace these balconies and wrap them with a frosted glass screen that would capture the light and provide some privacy to them, but really articulate the massing as these kind of linear bands float above the ground plane. And this is a view sort of the future build out looking northeast, northwest along Queens Quay with 162 in the background and the LCBO building in the background. And this is more or less the corner of Lower Sherbourne in the foreground. And you can see the articulation of the base and just trying to raise that up and be as transparent as possible. And then looking towards the east, and just a dusk shot of just showing the balconies and the towers, and also in this one showing the tops of the buildings and how it's very much integrated into the rest of the massing and how they will be functional spaces up at the top. So outdoor amenity spaces, and I'll come back to that, and indoor amenity spaces protected from the wind and overlooking Lake Ontario, or the Toronto Harbour and Lake Ontario. And just the start of some details of thoughts about how these balconies might be articulated with integrated glass screens on the end to really accentuate the carving nature of these bands of balconies around the building. And then also the start at the top of the these wind screens and enclosures would be like, and how we might actually build them and try to maintain the transparency between the inside and the outside. And then going down to the ground floor plane, and we talked a little bit about this at the previous DRP, just the importance of the animation of the street facade and trying to minimize all the servicing, just because there is no real back to this building, with the creation of this new east-west street on the north side. We've got Sherbourne to the east and Queens Quay to the west, and then the Pops to the middle. Trying to get as much retail space along and public access frontage as we can, and minimize the loading and other support services as much as we can. And then also, how those green spaces come through the building, how they link between our building and the kind of neighborhood at large. Most immediately the pop space linking to 215. And this, further developed is the ground floor plan with the adjacent buildings. And what's really, what we've tried to do is minimize, as I said, and internalize the loading bays. I don't know if you can see my cursor, and try to wrap and create some smaller retail spaces along that east-west street to the north, so that there can be some other uses. So it's not just a service street. We have some frontages. We tried very hard to get rid of the loading bay on the west and try to expand that retail. But unfortunately, just based on the size of the retail, it's about 20,000 square feet in the western building. Talking to our transportation consultant, we need loading there just to service the retail. So unfortunately, it's back there just to make that retail viable. We had looked at an option that put it under the ground and kept all the loading below grade, but just that's up there for the retail. And then also lobbies, on the corners, pushed away from the street, trying to wrap the retail both up the Pops and along Lower Sherbourne to give it that very kind of public frontage. and minimize those lobbies facing onto those streets, but then have them just get a generous transparency to the north through those other areas. And this is, the start of our thoughts about those facades, and how the idea right now is to kind of maximize the glazing and the transparency, but create a series of doorways within that, and openings that sometimes mark the retail entrances and sometimes kind of conceal the exit doors, the air vents, the overhead doors, but treat those as important and carefully considered spaces, not as afterthoughts. And this is, a conceptual detail of some of the retail spaces of the sort of black granite base and a bronze inset, just to pick up some of the coloring from the pink granite pavers from the Queens Quay kind of street landscaping. And this is a view just looking south through the pops, sort of standing on 215 Lakeshore and looking south through our site. We are showing kind of the pavers coming through the east-west street. Now, unfortunately, that street is not under our control. 215 Lakeshore is building this. We're supporting them with it, but it's their responsibility. But we thought some of the comments were very interesting from the first ERP in terms of how to pedestrianize that space and how to make it a special place. So we're very open to those ideas and happy to support those ideas as much as we can. And then this is a view from looking southeast, just at the north side. Again, this is retail space in the foreground, and just kind of lobby and exit stairs that are kind of recessed. Just a program diagram, of the building, detail of the ground floor, and then just below grade parking and lockers and garbage collection spaces. And then on the second floor, just showing the roofscapes and these above the second floor, and how the amenity would be adjacent. And we're still kind of refining the program, but the idea right now is, the western one would be sort of sports with an interior gym and a running track on the roof. The east one would be for children and families with a playground on the roof. And then as you go up the building and get to the top, there'd be additional amenity spaces on the roofs with the kitchens and other spaces and party rooms to that. And just some sections through the building. This is east-west, and then north-south through the podia, which we've tried to align with the 215 courtyard to the north, just so that you can maximize the light getting into that space. And this is the arbor to the south on the left. And then through the tower, this is the middle building, just showing how it steps down to the waterfront and just the scale of the street section. And I think, and these are the statistics, we're looking currently at 607 units. 10% of those would be 3 bedrooms. Approximately 25% of the units would be 2 bedrooms. And as Carolyn mentioned before, there's 20% of the GFA will be affordable housing in one of 3 ways. And now I'll hand it over to Chris to talk about the landscape. Thanks, Adam. My name is Chris Bohm, a landscape architect with B+H. Delighted to participate today. This is my first presentation to the DRP, so I hope you may take that into consideration. But Adam has briefed me well. So first slide, Adam, if you can continue with that. So the context we've discussed, I'll review the connections, frontages, and character in more detail. Next slide. So our site, highly urban condition. It's a long, narrow site with significant frontage on Queens Quay, surrounded by a really lovely perimeter of open space and parks. The landscape to the north has kind of a more organic layout. Ours is quite rectilinear with a very important bisection. Next slide. So we review the 3 street frontages that are on our site. Next slide. The new local street is a pedestrian dominant street. We'll have a generous boulevard on both sides. The south is 4.7 meters. Allow us to significantly place street trees. Will include decorative paving and high quality elements. The connection to the linkage of the north, again, is up for discussion, but we hope to have a very strong visual and physical connection for that important north-south link. Next slide. Next slide.
Oh, that is Sherburne Street there.
Oh, sorry. We have a small frontage on Sherburne. Sherburne is going to be realigned and the roadway widened, but it'll still have a generous and important pedestrian boulevard on the west side, another key north-south link, and it'll be decoratively paved and will have street trees and high-quality elements. The next slide shows our greatest challenge, which is Queens Quay, which will have an interim and ultimate condition. In the interim condition, we need to accommodate an approximately 1 foot rise in the finished floor so that it in turn meets the future condition. So we propose extending the two-step solution that was suggested in the 162 design, although the location of the steps we're altering a bit because we want to preserve a 1.7 meter clearway in the sidewalk to avoid the hydro obstruction. The portion behind the steps at the top will be to the future elevation, so we'll use the red granite in that location. The connection to the POPs north-south link will be through a gentle slope. There'll be no stairs for that. Next slide. And here is the envisioned future condition. Will be a much widened pedestrian boulevard, red granite paving, extensive pedestrian amenity. And that will meet with our top behind step elevation and finished floor. Next slide. Another key component of our ground level landscape, which will be all either publicly owned or publicly accessible, is the north-south link, the POPs. This will have a very strong, we hope, physical connection to the north and an equally strong visual connection to the south through to the lake. We're taking various measures to increase the kind of perceived space and the visual penetration for this area. In the north, it's abutted by the two residential lobbies, which will be extensively, if not almost exclusively, glazed. And we hope to bring the paving pattern into those spaces to increase the perceived space. And both north and south, we hope to kind of spill the paving pattern out into the pedestrian boulevard. And in the south, the buildings are articulated to more gently open up that space to Queens Quay. Next slide. So the design thought we had for this was to build upon that angulation that is proposed by the articulation of the building to kind of triangulate the space. And this triangle language is carried out at grade with our planter and planting form and also with the suspended lighting. We still allow a very gentle, meandering, but generous circulation through the space in a variety of forms. Next slide. So we show some precedents that inform the shaping of the planters, the planting, and the suspended lighting. Planting will use very tough herbaceous perennials and grasses that will remain evergreen through the winter. Next slide. So here we zoom in on the great rendering that Architects Alliance did, showing the suggested crossing of the new east-west street through our POPs, and then the strong visual connection beyond. We think through our POPs to maintain completely unencumbered eye-level visibility is key, so we're not proposing any tree planting in that space. Next slide. There's a variety of roofs and terrace spaces that Adam mentioned, and it creates a very interesting arrangement for this site. We have two significantly large courtyards at level 2, shown in orange. We have a variety of green roof spaces, decoratively patterned ones at level 6, and functional ones on the rooftop. And then we have rooftop terraces, level 18 and level 22, with significant overlooks. Next slide. So the courtyards will be very active spaces. At level 2, they'll be visually perceived from the street in terms of activity and greenery. There'll be active elements for both adults and children. And we think that in combination with the POPs, these spaces fronting on the east-west street address the precinct plan's objective for courtyard address along that local street. Next slide. The design concept we have is to kind of transition from that hard urban triangulation to a much more organic and natural form as we rise up through the site to our rooftop terraces. So these will be very organically shaped, at least 50% green, with opening and closing of views, but significant overlooks at their southeast corners to look at the street, and wind protected from the west. These will be quieter, more passive spaces. Next slide. We like to seek some gentle stepping, both in decking and kind of bleacher seating for these sites, and a very rich mixed planting for them. And I believe that's it. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the entire presentation.
Well, there was 3 more slides on sustainability.
Okay, do you want to show those and speak to those now?
Sure, if that's all right.
Yeah.
I think we've got a few more minutes. Just stepping back a little bit, we through this project and the approvals has been a very, very long process, let's just say. So when the agreement was made about 11 years ago, it was tied to the in-place TGS at that time. So what we made, I guess after the last DRP, we made a submission to the city and actually upgraded that to the version 2 TGS. So that's what we've been working with, and I know the panel's feelings on sustainability, but that's what we're at right now. We are pushing that, and we're almost in line with the TGS version 3 tier 1. Just looking at all the sort of typical things in terms of low flow fixtures, improved envelope, bird friendly treatments, EV rough-ins in the parking garage. We've actually, worked with the city to reduce the parking ratio and, meeting the bike parking requirements. And then also, looking at the EUI for the building. We're not quite in line with the TGS version 3. We're at about 175, 180 EUI right now, but that's where we're at. And carbon reduction, as well. We have been in discussions with Enwave, and we're looking at that. But to be honest, and we talked to Waterfront Toronto a little bit about that, it's still very, very on board. We've had a number of discussions with them, and so we'll keep seeing if we can do that. But that's sort of a high level, and I'm sure we'll talk a bit more about this at some of the questions. But that's it for now, so thank you, Paul.
Okay, thanks very much, Adam. So I think now we are ready to go to questions of panel members, and I don't see hands, so I'll just start off, excuse me, with the list. Betsy? Are you there, Betsy? No, I'll come back. George?
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Adam. I don't think I have any questions. I have some comments, but I'll save those for later.
Okay, thanks. Claude?
I don't think Claude's here for this one.
He's not on this one, okay.
Yeah.
Peter? I don't know if Peter's still on or not.
I'm on, but I do
Okay.
not.
No questions?
No question.
Okay, thank you. Bridget?
I had a question about the POPs, and I was concerned about the. I guess I wanted to understand the relationship between the retail on the west and east side of the POPs. Given your planting plan, it didn't seem like there was like the scale of the retail. I think it's page 49. The scale of the retail on the ground floor in both the west and the east buildings seems quite large. And I guess I wondered whether there was any desire to actually have smaller scale retail facing the pops as a way of creating a level of ground level animation that currently you're trying to really achieve on the Queens Quay side. I understand that the unnamed East-West Street is challenging because of the loading bays and all of the servicing requirements. But I guess I wondered what your attitude was to the retail on the west and east side of the pops and how it related to that new public space.
Okay.
Thanks, Bridget. We are certainly open to that. You know, with the retail spaces, what we've kind of shown and designed to, and I'm just noticing that some of the interior layouts here are not quite up to date, but it shows the latest pops, that they could be subdivided easily. So there's an opportunity, as you can see, there's a service corridor behind the retail space on the east. So that the idea with that is that could be chopped up in many different ways. With the pop space itself, through negotiations with the city, there are opportunities to front onto that and open out to it. So I think, if I recall, I think of the 15-meter width, and apologies to the city if I get this number wrong, but I think there's sort of 6 meters in the middle that are sacrosanct. And there's the opportunity for terraces to open into that space and take up the sides. So our hope is that the retail will, spill out into that space and directly address it.
Okay, thank you. I guess I feel like it's an important part of the public realm and the integration of what is happening inside, and then the landscaping plan needs to really support future activities that are really urban.
Okay, thanks, Bridget. Fatty, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. It sounded like there was kind of a lot of work that went on to unifying the podium and the podium heights, and there was some kind of deep thinking behind it. I'm on diagram 18 where I see the sort of layered facade as it connects to the podium. Is there some, idea or strategy around why the layered facade looks the way it is? And if there's you had mentioned the balconies and the need for an amenity, but is there some kind of larger thinking, or is this just a kind of graphic articulation for the balconies themselves?
So, sorry, you started off asking about the podium.
So
right?
I'm understanding, does this relate, so the presence of the continuous balconies along the podium, is that in relation to some of that thinking or strategy, or is there a kind of graphics? Where did that layered facade strategy, the visuals of it, come from? Just as a curious.
I think it was. I wish I could say there was some deep-seated idea about it, but sometimes we do stuff because we think it looks neat. The idea with the podium was very much to try and kind of tie in that street wall condition and tie it to 162, which you sort of see on the left here, so that you get that datum along the street. But in terms of carving out some of the corners in the tower form, it was an idea of kind of breaking up the mass a little bit. That, conceptually it was draping the entire site with these balconies and then kind of carving them away. A little bit, there was a bit of a thought about views and corners as it kind of goes around the site, but it was also about just trying to break up the mass because, these aren't sort of tall, elegant buildings. They're very much kind of in this odd space that's not quite mid-rise, that's kind of very much about being close to the street, and they're not quite, high-rise that are about kind of facing the sky. So it's this sort of in-between and trying to figure out an approach to the massing that's kind of interesting and engaging.
Thank you.
Okay, Nina Marie.
Thank you.
Just trying to unmute.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I have a question with respect to on page 52 with the pedestrian linkage and the landforms. I understand your precedents, and I think I understand the intention, but I don't see planting on the page prior, just some quick examples of low ground cover. And I think these have the potential and the importance of capitalizing on that throughway. And I'm just wondering, what is the plan for these?
Well, we'll need to evolve them. We showed a variety. I mean, first of all, this will be an irrigated site, but these are still, especially when we get into planting landforming, these can be quite challenging. So it was first of all an exploration as what is tough stuff that gives us the greatest 4-season effect, and as well, these will all be at seat height. The landform will elevate that. We still want to have completely obstructed eye level visibility, so stuff is not going to be that tall. So generally, it was looking at a typical scheme of something that's tough, evergreen as possible. We like diversity in texture and color, and something that doesn't get more than a foot high. So how we'll arrange these, we still have to look at. Will this be a complete mass? Will there be patterning within that landform, or different kind of, from edge to in arrangement of those plants? We haven't addressed that yet.
Thank you. The second question has to do with the green roofs. I just want to understand I'm interpreting it properly. These are, when you say decorative on level 6, page 53, these are obviously inaccessible, but what does decorative mean in this context?
Well, it's a viewing opportunity. People will look down on it, so we want it to be as pretty as possible, and we'll express some patterning there. We were continuing to work on that triangulation as a scheme for a patterned layout. So we'll use plantings that have different colors and textures to achieve that. The ones on the rooftop most exposed and the toughest conditions will be a functional green roof. So hopefully we'll get the stormwater management benefit and so on from that installation. But no one is accessing that or looking at it for that rooftop one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, are you back?
Of course.
Okay.
A couple of questions here. Maybe on the Queen's Quay, the leveling of the street or the change of level, what is the timing on that? How long will the condition that's being shown be? Yes, on page the previous. Yes. When do we expect this to be in place?
We unfortunately have no idea. I don't know if Chris Glasik wants to comment. Like, it's sort of, my understanding is it's one of these projects that is in the books, but it's not in the capital projects list yet.
So are we talking about Queen's Quay? Is that what you
Yes,
that's correct.
Well, it's pretty much tied up with the transit because we're not too likely to rebuild Queen's Quay until we have some direction on transit, unless we decide to just build, from the transit right-of-way north and leave an empty transit right-of-way for future transit, but which is possible, but we haven't decided to do that yet. So I'd say the time frame is kind of uncertain and kind of tied to transit funding in our minds right now.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm. I go maybe up to page 44. That's a bit of a detail. There's I think I know the answer, but there's along the east-west street in the middle street, there's a little gray zone. On the previous diagram that's shown as retail, is it still retail? Yes, that is it just a color issue or?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yep. There's retail here, and sorry, just to be completely honest. Yeah, there's a loading bay, but there's also a small retail.
Yeah.
On trying to screen it as much as possible.
Perfect. Yeah, no, I picked that up. I thought that was just wanted confirmation. On slide 21, or maybe you could. Okay. Yeah. So here, for example, at the along Queen's Quay on the bottom, on the west edge of the just on the right there on the rendering on page 21, it shows a section of blank wall there. So I just wanted to understand how, whether this is just a something got lost in the rendering, or is it supposed to be open? On slide 21, it shows probably a 10 meters or so of blank wall.
Oh, sorry. Let me just get their slide. Sorry,
21. Yeah, that one. So right.
That one. Oh, just there. Yeah. It's trying. I think we're still working on these buildings. We wanted to talk to everyone here, so there is still a lot of refinement going on. The idea there is currently an exit stair in the corner there, coming out. There's the potential, and we're trying to avoid it, of some sort of air intake there that would it's a more solid panel.
Okay, so
right now, and the width might change.
Okay, so there is something that is there's a variation between the two drawing that there will be something. You don't know yet how much blank facade there might be there.
Yeah, and we want to maximize the transparency.
Yeah.
I think we're as an office very always careful with the exit stairs and the exit doors. If we can get that to the back, we'd be much happier not putting it on Queens Quay.
Yeah.
Even though, as I said, there's no backs to this building, but there is more of a front on Queens Quay as the most public street. So we'll see.
Okay, no, that's good. Just wanted to any public art attached to the projects or is it just as part of the overall Waterfront Toronto that the public art is taken care of?
I am drawing a blank on that one, and my apologies. I don't know. I think Stefano's on the call. I think it's part of the general waterfront, but I don't want to misspeak. So
I understand from the comments it was a contribution to.
It's contribution to the overall.
Yeah, it is a contribution. That's correct.
Okay. Perfect. And then my last question is, you didn't spend much time on all the green roof in terms of all the terraces, and I'm trying to understand. Okay, how are they used? Are they places for kids? Are they places? Where are the kind of what's the usability? Are they places, for example, for dogs that resident can actually come in and bring them? So on some of these roof terrace. So just want a bit of maybe a quick understanding, or you're still working it out, or just trying to understand, okay, what is the purpose or the usability, or how do you intend these roofs to actually be used to serve the community that's going to be living there?
So,
Adam,
I just wonder if you can go maybe to my slide, which just gives the color distinction for level. That may help.
Okay.
I don't know what it's 40 something. And close. It's I think the next one, that one there.
That one
helps. So if I can start, the orange are the level 2 courtyards. They're the active use areas. We hadn't. This is becoming it's an important question in terms of dog relief area. There's some logistics associated with it, especially when you've got kids around and things like that. It's something we may wrestle with, but we haven't yet. So as we perceive these courtyard spaces, they were very active zones for both adults and kids. And they're the largest spaces. And we also realized that there was visibility from the street and that kind of address. So how we treat that, add some greenery so it's exposed at the edge. Very, very porous parapet is important to that function. The other amenity space is rooftop, and these were conceived as more quiet spaces, heavily vegetated. They've got very beautiful overlooks. They were really quieter spaces and ones to contemplate. So those are at the 2 levels on each side. And the others are the green roofs, which are not accessible, but we've talked about those. And then the opposite grade.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Eric, thanks. Yep. Jana?
Yeah, just one quick question. Thanks for the presentation. I'm just wondering if you have any kind of visualization that shows where the level 2 landscaping is visible from the street.
I think it's caught in one of those things, but not a focus on it. Adam, in one of your renderings, I thought it captured a bit of the edge.
Sorry, my apologies. Sort of just in the corner here.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, other questions, Janet?
No, I'm fine.
No?
Thanks, Paul.
Okay, all right. Pat, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just curious about slide 22 and where that is in the building, on the building.
22. That is this condition here, just this notch.
Oh, okay. Right, at the podium level.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, Jeff?
Thanks. I don't have any questions at this time.
All right. Kevin, any questions?
Yes, please. I just wanted to ask a little bit about, so I guess because of the length of the approvals here, we're potentially looking at the latest version of TGS, version 3, but we're looking at version 2 as a target. And with that in mind, looking at the balconies, what is our strategy? So the version 2 would mandate us a certain TEDI requirement, a thermal energy demand intensity target achievement. So I'm just curious as to what might be the approach in terms of, for example, an enhanced envelope. So that's one question. The other one I wanted to ask about, and I definitely appreciate this. It was mentioned that there's a decentralized heat pump system for the building. Is that correct?
We're still figuring it out, but yeah, there's potentially either heat pumps. Not sure if it's fan coils. We haven't really gotten there yet.
It's a big difference. That's why I'm asking. So
yeah,
it would give you a huge opportunity to reduce the energy and the carbon intensity.
Right, with the heat pumps.
Well, we're not sure yet.
Yeah, we're not sure. Like, we're leaning towards it, to be honest. But we're open to suggestions, of course.
And the balconies, are they continuous structural extensions?
That is definitely one option. Yeah, like that. Listen.
Well, no, what are they?
Finish your question. Right now, they're drawn as continuous slab extensions. So we are delving back into looking at the shock system, or shook, and there's also we found out there's a prefab balcony supplier from England called the Sapphire balcony system. So we're looking at other options. The issue, and I know our office has had chats with the panel about this, just in terms of balconies and thermal bridging and sort of cost benefit analysis.
Yeah, that's why I asked about the heat pumps, because the heat pumps can give you perhaps an opportunity to offset some of the heat loss, but we can get into that in the comment section.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. I'll go back. Betsy, we missed you. I don't know if you're there or part of this as well. Do you know?
Betsy sent a message saying she doesn't have any questions.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, so let's move to comments then. Is Betsy still on the call?
Paul, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Adam, for that presentation. We've seen a lot of your work come through the panel, and every project has its own set of challenges. It really is clear that the proportion of the building relative to what you're trying to do with the balconies is presenting a pretty significant challenge relative to massing and form. And I would say this is probably not your strongest piece relative to what the project ends up looking like for that reason. I'll leave the questions about public realm and landscape to my colleagues, but maybe looking at page 30, which has the image of the flat side on the east-west street, and that's kind of where this carved away analogy starts to fall apart, because to look carved, you have to have enough of a mass that's continuous, and the balcony edges really end up looking more jagged and kind of shifted as opposed to something that's been carved. So I would spend as much energy as you can trying to look at another way to articulate those balcony faces. Those really big, thick, heavy white bands are not working in your favor from a proportion point of view. They're making the project seem more squat and thick and chunky and kind of raggedy. And so if there's something that you can do there to kind of bring that elegance back that your office is really kind of known for when looking at balcony wrapping, I think might serve you well. That's my only comment.
Okay, thanks very much. George?
Hello, you got me?
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
George. Yeah.
All right, go back to the rendering of the, well, actually go back to the, I'm going to follow directly on from Betsy's comment because it's a purely formal consideration, but like her, I think this is the biggest problem with this scheme as it stands. Can we go back to the rendering of the Queen's Quay side that we were looking at a moment ago? I agree with her that the image of carved or carved out that you proposed just isn't coming through the way this thing looks at the moment. The balconies are way too dominant over the volume behind them. And in particular, the horizontality of the balconies is just overwhelming. Could you go back to the, it was the massing diagram you showed quite close to the beginning of the presentation. It was just a diagram. Yes, exactly, the layered facade. When I saw this, I thought, oh, this is gonna really be interesting. And but then can we go back to the rendering we had before? Right, the gap between the diagram and this is just way too big. And so somehow you have to find a way to unify the volumes of the outer layer, the other outer layer of the layered facade, which is the balcony faces, into something which is more volumetrically unified. I think you need privacy separators between the units, the portions of the balconies that relate to the units behind them and their demising walls. Anyway, although I'm doubtful that will give you enough. I mean, I'm hesitant to suggest that you should cap the balcony ends, although you are doing that on the podium portion, as you showed in that detail. But you're just not getting that reading of layered facade here. You're getting it as a pattern, a very, very dominant pattern of horizontal balconies, which do not seem to be organized volumetrically according to any rule that the eye can read. So I think this is, it's probably not insurmountable because it's all to do with the way that the balconies are rendered or are really configured, and the extent to which the outer surface of the balconies treated as a kind of one of the layers of the layered facade is unified. But it really badly needs that unification and a kind of sort of radical reduction in the kind of way too strong horizontality of the balcony faces as they are at the moment. The other thing I would say is I have the same opinion about the glass. I don't think they can afford to be treated as independently from the volumetric of the plate somehow in either the face of the inner layer or the face of the outer balcony layer as well, so that you could actually go back to that layered facade diagram that you showed a moment ago and say, yeah, that's what it actually really is, because at the moment it isn't yet. So that's my, oh, and by the way, just a secondary comment. I'm not sure that ganging the balcony treatment of the podium with that of the portions of the building above is helping you in regard to this issue, or whether it's just making it worse. I would certainly be interested in suggesting that you look at treating. I mean, I think the ground floor is fine. Treating this, layered facade idea as something that starts at the second floor and goes up from there makes sense. But whether the podium should be treated differently from the towerlets above it, or unified with it, which is what you're doing at the moment. Not clear to me which one of those offers you the most potential, pull the thing back together into the kind of layered facade volumetrics of the diagram you showed us. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, George. I believe Peter.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that generally speaking, I'm comfortable with the massing. I also like the layered idea, but like Betsy and George, I'm concerned about the impact of the balconies. They're overwhelming, and part of the problem is their lack of transparency. So I would work as an architect on making them more delicate and more transparent, and perhaps breaking them up a bit in a very subtle way, so that they indicate where the screens between units might be. Also, I can't look at a project like this without thinking about the thermal separation issue. It's right in your face that this is a radiated energy, and a time when we shouldn't be doing this kind of thing. We thermal isolation on balconies, slab extension balconies in Vancouver, where our environment is so much less extreme than Toronto. So get with the program. The price of those isolation technology has come down dramatically in the last year. We look at it again. So just work on the balconies. Energy performance, transparency, and some kind of delicacy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Bridget? Are you there, Bridget? Maybe we lost her. I'll come back to her.
She's there. Just
she is?
I'm here. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So I would agree with my colleagues about the elevation in relation to the kind of podium, tower, balcony comments. And I think it would be really helpful for us to see a pure elevation of the north side of Queens Quay that includes the building to the west. Because right now, all of your renderings actually don't show the building at the end of the block. And I think that building is fairly far along. I'm not quite sure where it is in the process, but we've seen elevations of it before, because I feel like it's kind of key to understanding the relationship of the podium, and that all of the kind of planning massing work was actually to, in effect, create the capacity for that podium. So I would really appreciate at the next presentation to see a pure elevation, including the kind of building at the west end of the block. My other comment is really related to the POPs. And what's happening in this whole precinct is that we've created some new urban typologies. One is the east-west mid-block condition, which goes through the middle of the building, and we have a few of new emerging one are the POPs, which are these north-south conditions. And I feel that they are really a kind of, the sidewalk along Queens Quay is one part of your public realm, but I feel like the kind of real community space will actually, and the contribution of this whole project will in effect be if you can deliver a really successful POPs. And I guess I would really like to have a better understanding of innovative lighting, benches, the way that glazing for retail might support the POPs, wind protection in this location. So things that would actually give me a better sense of the kind of ways that this space can evolve as a public space. So I feel like you've provided things related to the ground plane and kind of a graphic. I guess I'd like to have a better sense of that in terms of the sequence of people. You know, there's the block to the north is a huge development block. I'm not sure how many thousands of units are there, but the way people will actually move from the fabric of this area through the POPs to the waterfront is kind of a key piece. And there really hasn't been anything to, assuming we get transit, about how you cross over from the north side of Queens Quay to the south side. So I guess I just need a bit more information that gives me a fuller sense of this kind of new emerging piece of our public realm. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bridget. Fadi?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. My comments are pretty general. I also feel like the massing is pretty fine. You know, the siding and the spacing of the podiums and the POPs is fine. I think there's an exciting start with the triangulation pattern geometry in the paving and how there's certain green pop-outs and pop-ups that emerge when the paving opens up and closes in specific area. But the way it's currently renders feels a bit more like a passageway than a space to gather, or a space that is inducive for successful retail in a way. You know, I would to just follow up a little bit on what Bridget was mentioning. You know, there should be a clear idea of where you might delineate spaces for patios or movable furniture, and a bit more directionality as it relates to the activation of the public realm, whether it be by creating more comfortable microclimates in these areas using sun, wind, or rain protection that is possible. I'm not 100% sure what it might feel like over there, but I would imagine because of the distances and spacing that it might be a little bit more comfortable than being kind of directed into the open elements. Lastly, I mean, this is just a very general comment, but my kind of sense that I get is it feels like a little bit lackluster. Again, this is, you know, not every building here has to be a landmark or a destination, but the site itself is in a pretty extraordinary position, an extraordinary part along the waterfront, along Queens Quay. And so, you know, my hunch and my humble opinion is that it feels like it needs a couple more iterations and refinement, keeping in mind the kind of civic duty that it will have to carry, being surrounded by all of this wonderful institutional buildings, as well as a really great public realm that Waterfront Toronto has been leading. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good.
So I'll echo my comment, the comments from my colleagues, which I agree with. I think good job on the massing. I think that works quite well. In terms of also, I think the way the ground floor is, I think you've done a really good job at minimizing the parking. And I like that the corners are generally activated either with lobby or some retail. So I think that, and I get the confidence that you're going to continue to make sure the ground floor is as open and as usable as possible. I agree with all my colleagues on the balcony. I would say that especially when you look at the base along Queens Quay, I think that's a little bit like, you know, it's a bit relentless. Finding ways to carve it, to broke it more is quite critical. I do agree with. I also what Brigitte was saying that I would love to see some longer views along Queens Quay. So if you actually further step back, both from the east and the west, just to see how the building fits in the overall the streetscape of Queens Quay. So those longer view. I also there wasn't any indication. I didn't see anything in the package except for the one image that's currently there on the Sherburne facade the elevation. So I think that would be something that we would also really need to see on the next in the next review, especially views from both the Sherburne Common from the north and the south, to see how as you approach it, and if you're standing in the park, how does the building is response to the surrounding, and also as Betsy mentioned, I think the north facade, the one around the east-west street, it just needs a lot more refinement, lots more work, lots more of refinement along there. I think that on the pops, I think my comments. I think that there needs to be. I found that the pops is. I mean, it's not there yet. It needs, I think, a lot more fun, much more excitement. You need to. We need to understand how the uses that are on the ground uses on either side can actually contribute to its animation. Right now, it feels a little bit. I know you're using the angle of of some of these of the massing and so on, but it feels a little bit arbitrary. It doesn't, to me. It needs to, what's the lighting? What's the street furniture? How does it work? I think it should also have it doesn't have to be the same, but they should be some coordination about what would happen at 215 in terms of when you go from one space and then you move south and then you move across. What is the relationship between those series of pops and spaces that comes across? I also think that they should be some. Right now, there isn't. I mean, there's some ground cover or ground planting, but I think there should be some tree planting. I think there needs to be some canopy. So I think it needs to be something quite special, and I think it's not there currently in the current scheme. And the other part is, and that was part of my question. I think that the next stage of design, I would really want to understand how the terraces, the roof terraces works in terms of what's their use, what's their planting, what is being used. Right now, what I see is they are treated graphically, but it doesn't tell me, okay, how do they use? Is it how do they interact with the space beside? It feel like it's more of a placeholder at this point. So how do they contribute to the livability of the residents of the building? Are they places for, is one of the building have places? Are they small places for dogs, for dog relief? I know you're looking into that, but I think that I found that I'm really left to my appetite here and understanding what are these spaces for. So I would want to see a lot more robust exploration to make sure that they are livable, and that all the planting will that you're putting the right strategies to ensure that the planting is robust and can continue and can survive in those conditions. I think those are all my comments.
Okay, thank you. Jana?
Yeah, thanks, Paul, and thanks for the presentation. I wanted to say I agree with my colleagues with respect to the carving and the balcony.
If you can speak up, I don't think we can hear.
Is that better?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So I agree with my colleagues with respect to the carving and the balconies not being quite successful yet. But what I wanted to comment on was I think the requirement to really work a lot harder on the animation of the ground plane in the public realm. I think in one of your slides you talked about the ground plane animation and talked about the retail, and I think that the public realm has to be more than just an offering of the retail. And at the moment, and I think this rendering is a good example of the fact that, yeah, there's retail there, but there's not a lot of animation there. And I think there's a real opportunity here because the building is so long and it's on has so many street elevations to really work hard at the syncopation of the recesses, the niches, the amount of glass. I'm not convinced that the solid black granite as the facing material along the whole, quite large ground floor elevation is really that successful. At the moment, it seems to be sucking the life out of the street rather than contributing to it. And I think what I find really latent at this point is the opportunity in the POPs. I know some of my colleagues have talked about that, but at the moment, it seems to be residing much more in this kind of formal sort of super graphic strategy of these big, large triangular shapes. And yet there's no intimation about the occupation and the life of and the texture that's an opportunity in that pop space. So at the next meeting, I would really like to see a lot of attention paid to the ground plane, to the quality of the materials. If you have different paving, it shouldn't be presented as a kind of color block meta move, but actually what's the idea behind having the different paving patterns and color, and really start to illustrate the activity and life along that street and along the POPs. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Pat?
Yeah, I agree with Jona's comments about the mid-block connection. I also, there's not, I wonder if there could be an opportunity. I know that there's an issue, an idea about not blocking views, but I mean, the view all the way to the lake is a bit of a push anyway. So I don't know, it just seems to me that you'd want to make that space more verdant if possible. I agree with the comments around the balconies as they kind of, their promise of delivering another mass to the project. I'm not sure whether possibly raising the height of the guard is part of the solution, capping the ends of them. For sure, one thing I think that's a little bit not working is the equal setback from the corners is kind of delivering a sort of awkward mass, particularly when I look at the view that's on the screen right now. So I think I would I would suggest reconsidering how the balconies shift also against the sort of core mass of the project. And then the other thing, Queens Quay, it's sort of interesting, right? Like there's not that many residential, it's a mix of residential and institutional. So this is one of the only, one residential building. And it brings to mind, I keep thinking about the balconies that are at level 1, and particularly the view that's in the front, which is a nighttime view, which shows, Peter, for your interest in the transparency, shows those balcony guards as very transparent. And then it reminds me of how I was kind of grumpy a little bit when I was being forced by the City of Toronto mid-rise guidelines to reconsider lower level balconies as being partly inset into the building's walls, so that the kind of, I think it's a kind of, the goal behind that is the sort of messiness of domestic life not spilling out onto the street. One can have different views on that, but I think on Queens Quay, which is kind of institutional, noble, it's kind of the street of this precinct that has that kind of a little bit of formality to it because of its different uses. I don't think it's appropriate to have a balcony so exposed, so close to the ground level. I don't know what that does to the kind of overall architectural intent of the project. I suspect you could still keep this kind of idea of the balcony vernacular, but you just lose one floor of it. I don't know. I think it's kind of an issue. Anyway, other than that, thanks for the presentation.
Thanks, Pat. Jeff?
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I guess my only real comment is I'll focus on the sustainability piece, and I'm sure Kevin will want to jump over this as well. I mean, I think with Adam, we've had this same conversation a number of times, that the recognition that this particular market segment is probably the hardest in the market to make the business case for sustainability based on sort of how the market works today. And I think there's some some steps being taken. Obviously, it's been a long time coming, this project, but we're still looking at a building that within the next 10 to 15 years, we're going to be having conversations about how do we fix these buildings. And this is kind of the space that we're in now, where, you know, when I'm speaking with government, when we're talking about climate action plans, you know, the conversation is what are we doing with all these condos, and particularly the existing ones that have been built really in the last 10, 15 years. And so I know we're in a tough place in terms of how hard you can push and how far you can go, but we've got a really long way to go, and we got to figure out how to get here. And I think with Architects Alliance, you know, they've got such a strong leadership position in designing for this part of the marketplace, but they haven't really taken that leadership in the sustainability side. And I think there's an opportunity to, you know, sit down and we've got to figure out how to do this properly at some point in the near future. We've got to get there sooner than later. And I'm not entirely sure how we're going to do it, but you know, I still would like to see a lot more.
Okay, Kevin.
Thank you. So I definitely want to dive into the sustainability thing. There's lots of aspects to that. Jeff's said some great things before that. Peter mentioned his strong feelings about the balconies, which I think are important, very, very important to consider. I mean, there's issues of them conducting, you know, substantial amounts of heat into the atmosphere, but then there's issues of durability vis-a-vis frost. I think those are the things that are important things to consider. But I also want, if I could, can we go to slide 59, please? I also want to identify and have a brief conversation about a bunch of the things that are proposed here that I think are very good. So I guess perhaps maybe my initial questions about the balconies were maybe ill-timed because I didn't really intend it to be so interrogatory. What I was trying to get at was, you know, what are the balance of systems so that this building can be higher efficiency, but most importantly, low carbon. That's my concern. So if we're looking here, this I'm assuming is the output of some energy simulation. We have on the scale here gigajoules. I'm a little confused. The gigajoule, we're reporting the results in equivalent kilowatt hours, but the axis is gigajoules. Maybe we could look at that for future presentations, but nonetheless, the energy use intensity is not so bad. We're almost at current standards for TGS Tier 1, so that's good if you're required to satisfy an older standard. So that's a good thing. But when I'm looking at here the key points, for example, double glazed IGUs with thermally broken frames, well, I'd certainly hope so. We don't really need to mention that. That's sort of a minimum. But ERVs in the suites, that in my opinion is excellent. And that would definitely lower the energy consumption. And then what I like here is, you know, there's a mention here of a heat pump loop. If we could kind of encourage that, we could, for example, you know, the massing of the project I think is advanced, and I think it's well suited to a decentralized heat pump system for a variety of reasons. The building can start moving around heat when one exposure is overexposed or underexposed. We can move heat around within the building. As Jeff mentioned, this is a very, very difficult market to kind of infuse with capital expenditure on the system side. So I understand that. But if you could push the decentralized heat pump approach, even if that ambient loop.
Yep, I think we lost you, Kevin.
I don't know if I'm back now.
There, now you're
there. We lost you for a couple of seconds.
Of course, right. When I got to say something, I'll be really quick. If you could push the decentralized heat pump approach, even if it's fired by condensing boilers now, in the future, if there was a real push, a real carbon push, that system then can be fired by some low carbon fuel source, like the boilers could be swapped out for air source heat pumps or electric boilers even. Then we have that kind of little bit of resiliency moving into the future. So I think it's great that, you know, we're really close to the current standards at the 175. I think we should really try and push it to the 170 to say that, you know, we are on the energy use intensity side meeting that requirement. unfortunately, in the next slide, the carbon is very high. So this is where there's a real disconnect between the current TGS having carbon intensity requirements against older standards, which are reference-based against just energy efficiency. So I mean, it's a confusing one for me, because what's the actual bar you're being evaluated on? I did in the interim look up version 2 standards, and I was incorrect. You don't require to report a TEDI under version 2. So you know, with that in mind, then the balconies aren't as you know, you're not evaluated to the same degree with respect to the continuous balconies, even though I would of course encourage you to thermally isolate them. So you know, I think, you know, if you could get that decentralized heat pump system in there, we're making you know, a great leap forward to give the building both much higher energy performance, but also that potential carbon reduction, which you're not seeing right now. You know, that easily or more easily renovatable solution in the future. So I hope you can consider that moving forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I think that's all the comments for all the panel members.
No.
Have I missed someone?
Yes, thank you, Paul. It's Nina Marie.
Oh, I'm sorry. My goodness.
Thank
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
I know I'll attribute that to my wallflower status.
Never.
So on the flower status, thank you. I would like to turn our attention back to landscape again with thank yous to the presenters for clarifying some of the questions. But if you will indulge me, I will reiterate or at least touch upon some of my colleagues' comments. This is a really important site for the reasons that you acknowledged yourselves in the good foregrounding that show these connections to important public landscapes. And as we go up in the city, our groundscapes, as much as our roofscapes, are really critical. So I hope that we could perhaps rethink a little bit and clarify the intent and direction, as well as the material form and role of some of these quite privileged spaces, both adjacent to the POPs, how they're using the POPs, and the throughway on slides 51, I believe, 50 and 51. Let's just use those as a grounding point. These landforms are interesting insofar as they're focal points. They have the capacity to create rooms in an open space. They have the capacity to channel views and to functionally, this is really important, I think, in terms of value for your money. They have the possibility to act as functional infrastructure to link the landscapes into which Waterfront Toronto has made significant investment, and it's your opportunity to capitalize on those, I think, quite performatively and functionally. And I don't mean decoratively, I mean performatively. So I really appreciate that you referenced in the landscape the Gerstracker Grove by Chris Reed and Stoss. That's quite a different articulation, and yet is inspiring. Similarly, there are landforms that are steep, challenging, dramatic, difficult to plant, but really focal objects. In the case of the U of T Daniels Plaza, for example, or the Brickworks, for example, you know, these planters that are focal objects, and no, they're not mown turf grass. They're powerful in their performance, but they are also a way of breaking up a view and channeling view that I think is what we might want in this plaza, not specifically those, but versions thereof. Similarly, I think it's really worth rethinking whether these must be irrigated. Outside of year 1 and possibly early into year 2, we really should be considering these as drought specific, as rainwater harvesting, as a way to capitalize on the resilient strategies of the whole waterfront. And these landforms really could be something quite impressive. You know, people like to treat pollinators as these nice little cartoons, but actually the power on the edge of biodiversity collapse and in a climate resilient climate of these landscapes is precisely that they do these small things that stack up to be quite powerful. And frankly, the only landscape experience that some of these condo dwellers may ever have. So let's make them really part of that project plan. I know that Janice touched on this a little bit and Fadi as well, but I really hope that that articulation could happen in the next view, because right now I don't even want to say underwhelming, it's just the seed of an idea that's not developed. So I have trouble knowing what's there. Similarly with the green roof, I think Eric made these comments, so I won't reiterate them, just emphasize that those green roofs are a real infrastructural investment and an opportunity to leverage much more than just a decorative pattern one sees out the window. That's also got value, but frankly, it's not enough in this climate. I think you can do more, and it really would be part of the design excellence and sustainability double whammy benefit that we could be seeing from a project like this. So I hope those comments, you understand them to be offered in the spirit of critical support going forward, but I need to see it before I can really feel invested in it. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Nina Marie. Sorry for missing you there. Okay, thank you, everyone. I'll try and summarize and wrap up. I think the general nature of the comments is that the consensus is the distribution of the massing has been achieved and is generally good, but a lot more work is needed on various details. And I guess I'll start with one that's taken the most time on the building, which is a strong encouragement to explore alternative approaches to articulate the balcony. So the building has more of a delicate, elegant feel, so it feels less bulky, less heavy. Various suggestions have been made generally that the balconies now, as constructed, feel far too dominant. Doesn't really achieve the layered facade approach that is shown in one of your diagrams. Suggestions were made about the reduction of the horizontal nature, privacy separations, transparency. No one particular solution, but a real exploration of alternatives is needed for the balcony treatment across the building. With respect to the podium, there was one comment that is worth, I think, taking a close look at. Possible different treatment of the podium may help resolve the issue of the balconies. And I think that was just something that was left out there that it's worth looking at and seeing whether or not it improves it or not. In terms of elevations, concerned about two or three aspects here. One, in terms of the north elevation, the north side of Queens Quay. Various members said it would be really helpful at the next iteration to see the entire elevation in that Queens Quay block, so they can see how this building relates to its neighbors. And also the importance of the ground plane and the elevation was mentioned by several members, that people, I don't think, felt that the retail strategy or design was particularly well developed, and there's an elaboration and a further explanation of the retail of the ground plane is certainly welcome. The facade iterations that would be part of this exploration, I think, are really important, because I think there was a comment from several people that the facade feels kind of generic. It's a special site. It's an important site, and it's going to be one where a lot of people will be living on. And there's a feeling that it could be more unique, more spectacular, not as generic as the renderings show. In terms of the pops, another area of a lot of attention, and I think this is really important, especially when you consider that the number of people will be not only living in this development, but the development to the north. Literally many, many hundreds, and there'll be thousands of people going north-south through that pops. And I think many members commented on the need to elaborate how the pops will function. What are the components of it? How is it going to work in reality as a really public space, not just a pops? What about lighting? What about a tree canopy? What about places where people can gather and sit, etc.? And many comments on the landscape and the vegetation and the materials that are so far lacking to really elaborate on how that pops will function. The comment was also made about views north-south towards the water. So I think it's something that can certainly benefit from a lot more study. Another reference was made to the Sherbourne Street elevation. We didn't see that. suggestions made that it would be really helpful to see the elevation from looking back from Sherwood Common, and comments on further refinement on the east-west street, the north edge. I know it's a tough street to deal with given all the loading, etc., but I think there's a desire to see some stronger elaboration of how that street will look and function and feel. And I guess lastly, related to the green roof question, I think people generally like the idea, obviously, that the roofs will be put to practical use for various purposes, but there seems to be a need for much more elaboration on their usability and their functionality. And that would be welcome when the project comes back. And I guess the last area that's really important is related to the energy. Several members talked about the problem of the thermal separation with the balconies. It just needs to get addressed. Higher performance standards needs to be reached for, and the suggestion of the heat pump mechanism was part and parcel of that may really help. So I think basically this has been through a lot. Some good things have happened, but there's more work to do is basically the message. So I think that captures most of the comments that I've heard here, and we'll give you an opportunity now to respond to what the panel members have said and what I have just summarized.
Sorry. Thanks, Paul, and the panel. No, as always, there are interesting comments and helpful and always taken in good faith. Listen, I think two things. One, in terms of the green roof, I think we didn't explain it so well, but the comments are very well taken because we want to maximize the efficiency and effectiveness of those areas. And they're not, the intent is not just to make them pretty, but to make them highly useful. And the idea about pollinators throughout the landscape is a very interesting one to really increase the functionality. In terms of the building and the massing, it's always good to get feedback. So thank you. And we'll have some more deep thoughts about the balconies and the layering. It's interesting how sometimes you come up with this idea and then you get caught up in the execution, and it's nice to kind of go back and re-examine it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So we'll take a vote. I would propose a motion of conditional support, obviously with the expectation that the comments that were made will be responded to when the project comes back. Any discussion of that?
Agree.
Agreed? Can I assume there's support, unanimous support for that? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. That concludes consideration of this item. And I guess, I know, Chris, if you're on there.
I'm here.
We can formally adjourn the public session at this point.
Yes, I believe we can.